Welcome to GameChanger 00100 channel. Please hit the like button, subscribe button, and notification bell on your way in. Please wait while the host prepare the show.
Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. You know what it is, you know what to do, you know what to do, and that is hit that like button. I greatly appreciate all of you. Greatly appreciate all of you. Okay, so I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to say it. I said it before, but it needs to be said again and again and again. Black men are the thirstiest men in the universe. Now, maybe this is just a Black American thing. Who knows? I think it's really just, I hope it's just really an ADOS thing. But we are the thirstiest man in the world. When they made the movie Birth of a Nation, it was like the first movie with that new technology that they had to film such movies. It was racist as all get out, granted. However, it really showed a thirsty Black man. Hey, even a racist can be wrong or it can be right twice a day or something like that. Who knows? Our broken racist can be right twice a day. Our thirst comes from a source. And that source is lack of quality and quantity of something. Hit the like button. Here's what I'm getting at. Years ago, when I was just a little niggero, I was in my friend's backyard, just chopping it up, right? And then out of nowhere, this kid comes from over the fence. And by kid, he was our age, but I'm looking at him now and thinking the kid. But this guy comes, I never knew, he's from the neighborhood. He comes from over the fence. And he was like, "You got anything for me?" Now, he was like next level poor. I don't know what his entire situation was. If I had to think on it, it would probably be something very similar to Daquan from The Wire. You know, the kid that was poor because his family was addicted to the stuff, and they just took all his stuff and didn't feed him. Only time he got to eat was the free lunch at school. And his friends would help him out. Like Randy's mom would pack extra lunch for him and stuff like that. So yeah, it was that bad. And he was in that situation. And he asked my homie whose backyard I was in, "Do you have anything?" He basically asked him for some food. I was like, dang, it's that bad. I never knew him. He just it kind of shocked me. And then he's like, "Nah, we don't have anything." He was like, it's just, he said, "We got some syrup." He was like, "Oh yeah, thanks." My friend gave him some syrup. He poured it into his mouth. And he was just like, wow, wow. He was like, oh, thank you. No. And I was just sitting, and I was immature, and I don't want to do stuff like this now. But I wanted to laugh at the whole situation. I shouldn't have, but I didn't, but I held it back. But I was thinking, like, this is funny the way he's drinking it. Like, this is sad, but in a less mature mind, it was funny and sad. So I was thinking about this whole thirst thing, and it reminded me of that story because that situation should be a poor reflection of the parents, not the young man. It is a poor reflection of the parents, the ones whose responsibility it is to see that he gets adequate nutrition. And fortunately for him, and I don't know whatever happened to the kid. I guess I gotta ask my friend. I'm still friends with Duke, but I don't know whatever happened to the kid. But hopefully he landed on his feet somehow. But there's a lot of gems in that story. One, if you're not being treated properly at home, seek proper treatment elsewhere. That's one major takeaway. That is one major takeaway from that story. If you are not being treated properly at home, seek proper treatment elsewhere. That's one. You know, he had to hop over the fence to get to the homie's fence or to get to the homie's yard, but he got there and he sought proper nourishment elsewhere. Another thing is that it's not that person's fault. Things like that, circumstances like that reflects poorly on the family structure. Now, how does this relate to thirsty black men and us being the thirstiest? Hit that like button. The thirstiest men that probably ever existed ever. Well, no, there's been thirstier, but you have to dig deep in history. Well, the thing is that you have a group of men right now who are not being given quality liquid. I mean, sure, there are guys out there in the black community that can say that they smashed 60 black chicks last month, and it would be true. The quality, however, would be extremely low, extremely low. There's some rats, there's some pigeons, there's some chicken necks, there's some gizzards, there's all kinds of stuff in there that you would rather not smash, but it's in there and you can say to yourself that you did it, that I got some, that my numbers is high. But once again, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. And unfortunately, the quality is not in our community. It is not. If you are slaying a large quantity of high quality, then chances are most of them, hit that like button, is coming from a separate community. Like when you think about people who do have it like that, people like Michael B. Jordan who do have it like that, the majority comes from other community. I mean, don't get me wrong, he gets the best of the best, physically speaking, from our community, but the majority of the quality comes from other communities. I want you to picture somebody in the Sahara Desert, right? And he's thirsty. I mean, he's thirsty. In addition to it being not enough water around, it's hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. And that heat is making you thirsty. And then somebody comes along and they offer you some sewage water. And they say, "Oh, don't worry, it don't have any poop in it. This is the water that had poop, but they scooped it from around the poop." And then they say, "Here you go. That'll be $1,000. That will be $1,000." And sometimes you buy it, and some people will say, "I just as soon die of thirst before I give you $1,000 to drink your poop water." You see, people, when you're dealing with a thirsty marketplace, when you're dealing with a desperate marketplace, you don't have to increase or improve the quality of your product. I repeat, you don't have to increase or improve the quality of your product when your product is or excuse me, when your customer base is desperate. If and only if you have sole control over the marketplace. And that is what I want to talk to you fellas about today. We already know black men are thirsty. That's nothing new. We also know that black women are leveraging that thirst, and they have been for quite some time. What we're going to discuss today is the how they're leveraging that thirst. Well, what happens to the price of that water when it rains? What happens to the price of that water, that poop water, when the river runs free? What happens to that poop water when you find a oasis? Or what happens to that poop water, the price of that poop water, when you leave the desert? Oh, so it is in the best interest of people who are selling you an inferior product. And I hate to say this, but as it stands right now, Black American women are an inferior product. In every way, men value women. In every way you could think of valuing women, um, whether it's in the physical, body, hair, makeup, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You are the lesser product. And by American, I'm talking about here in the United States. You are the lesser product in the physical category. In the personality category, collectively, you are the lesser product in that. In the child rearing category, you are the lesser product in that. And this is up to debate. And it's sad that the other three things aren't even up for debate. But in the cooking category, you are the inferior product in that. Sad but true. Now, what does this mean? This means that if you have an inferior product, you have to be creative with your marketing strategy. And your marketing strategy is to deal with thirsty men. How do you deal with thirsty men? Well, you take a men aren't born thirsty. There's a reason we transition into it. Just like our mentality from boys to men. When you're a boy, the club sign reads no girls allowed. When you're a man, the sign reads ladies night. Your perspective changes. So if you go to the club at 10, you're looking for a 10. And at 2, you're looking for a 2. They understand that if you wait long enough, if a man waits long enough, he will accept a 2. Therefore, their mating strategy isn't to strive to become a 10 through diet, exercise, hygiene and good upkeep. The goal isn't to become a 10. It's to wait him out and wait until 2 so he'll accept a 2. Now, the reason why they were able to get away with, and this is black man's fault, is because at 2 o'clock, just leave the club. You don't have to take a 2 just because, it's there. Hold on. All right. And here, I'm actually trying to, give me a second, y'all. Hit the like button while I do this. Average marriage age by race. Okay, so for Black American women, it is 32. And for white, it is 27 for, let me see. Oh, they don't have, oh, here it is. Okay, for Asian, it's 28. Everybody, every group of women is marrying younger. Black American women are marrying older or not at all. And the reason for this is simple. They have to keep the thirst going. They have to assure that you do not have a lot of options at any given time. They're waiting you out. They're waiting for your standards to drop. And they wait so long, many of them, they'll wait until their 50s. If you don't believe me, whatever area you live in, go to blackpeoplemeet.com. Go there. And then take a look for me at the ages of the women that are on there. These are the women that are looking for a relationship or looking for a hookup or just looking for companionship of any type. Go there and see how old they are. See how many women you see in their 20s actually looking. In their early 20s, 21, 22. See how many women you see there like that. I don't know if it still exists, but if it does, then do that. If it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know where black. I don't do online dating anymore, so I don't know. But go to Tinder or whatever the popular dating site is, and just type in that you're looking for a black woman, and see the ages. And this is because they wait you out. What prompted this conversation was two things. One was a conversation that I had where years ago, where a woman told me that she had a friend who didn't know her worth when she was young. So she had two babies out of wedlock. And then when she was older, she learned her worth and now demanded certain things from men. And I was like, wait a minute. She's older now and she has two kids, meaning her value has diminished. And she's demanding more than when she was younger, hotter, sexier, childless. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to demand more when you are. It's kind of like a used car costing more than the same car did when it was new. But you see, though her value decreased, her thinking is so has the thirst of the men in her age category. That has also decreased. So I think she was like in her mid 30s when she came to this realization. And she's like, she took a look around and was like, you know something? These guys are thirsty. I can tell, I can look around. I see these guys hollering at my 280-pound friend. I see the guys hollering at the person who is dressed up as a woman. I see these guys doing these things. I see these guys, buying panties and sniffing them online. Most importantly, I see my DMs. She gauged the thirst and she's like, I am going to raise the cost of this particular product. Okay, so let me read this. Put you in the matrix. It says, once you ran through a lot Once you ran through a lot, the first that goes in their names that goes is their names. The second is their faces. The third is forgetting you ever smashed. And you say, "Oh damn, I remember this time." And at the end of the day, means nada. Yeah, yeah, it does. It doesn't really mean much, but there's a psychological thing going on with black men, and that is we put a premium on it that don't really. Okay, here's what's going on with black men. With black men, sex is tied to, there's some poverty things going on, but sex is directly tied to our manhood. It is like with other groups of men, it's like wealth, the quality of family they produce, legacy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With us, it's we're in this contest of who can get the most pussy before they die. And quality is not really a factor in that. If you get with 10 tens and a person gets 100 twos, then they beat you by 100. Exactly. We get validation from the daggle. Sad but true. And what's sadder is the daggle knows this. And they are leveraging this. And I know that, and I'm going to get into this, but there are people out there who be like, "Oh no, we're gonna, this is gonna be the good leverage." No, it is not. It is not going to be the good leverage. Recent history has shown that it was never the good leverage. Why? Because they're banking on your thirst. They're banking on the fact that when you turn 51, that you're sitting there with no other source of in-house pussy other than them. And then that's when you get that swipe on Bumble, or what was it? Somebody said the Black app. That's when you get that swipe from somebody else who's 53 or some crap like that. And then they say, "Oh, you got to marry this." Why would I have to marry you? Marriage is useless. Hold on. Listen, I've said it before and I say it again. There is no benefit to marrying a woman who is past childbearing years. The whole purpose of marriage is to offer a stable home for your children. If you are not having children with this woman, you are exchanging the prestige and title that comes with marriage for pussy. And that is her leveraging the box. Now, it takes more than an individual to leverage a box because there's other boxes out there. Take this scenario, for example, and I know I give a lot of analogies. Take this scenario, for example, right? You have a class of 10 people, all of them black, all of them in the same fraternity and sorority, in the sister sorority, right? So they get together and say, "Hey, you know something? Let's leverage the teacher. Let's leverage the curve." Like, "Oh, how do you do that?" Well, the answer is simple. We all answer the multiple choice question exactly the same. He can't fail all of us, and we all just leave the class with a C. See, that's easy to do in a small population. That is easy to do in a small population. However, once you get that one person that you catch in the middle of the night studying, like, "Hey, what you doing?" "Oh, I'm studying." "What are you studying for?" "Studying for tomorrow's test." "Oh yeah, but we always gonna." Yeah, that's y'all. I am going to I am going to get an A in this class, and I'm going to watch you fools fall. Then it becomes problematic. Then everybody is forced to study at that point. But we as Black men, we need to seek out these type of students. And that's why I'm such an advocate for pygmyism. And that's why they are so against pygmies. Here, before I forget. All right, if you want to get into the matrix, you know what to do is cash out some super chats, and that will put you in the red pill matrix. You will start off green, and eventually you will become red. If you want to be permanently placed in there, then become a channel member. Greatly appreciate it. And there we go. All right. So, but that's the mating strategy. Now, this fails. This can only work with a small, manageable group of people. And in this case, since Black women are only like 13% of the female population, it is easier for them to pull some crap like this. It is much, much easier for them to pull some crap like this because they're a small percentage of the population. Once you start getting other groups of people, some of whom, culturally speaking, want to be A students, they want to give their man, whomever that is, the best of them, then it becomes difficult. Then instead of for 10 people who are in the same fraternity and sorority, you have hundreds of people who don't know each other. They run in different circles, and they like, listen, I don't see any reason to unite with this person and get a bad grade, especially since they could trick me and watch me fail. So then comes the push from our women to remain in the community. That is when you start hearing talks and banters about the community. Like, let's get together and stay in the community. Why? Because it's all you got. It's all you got. What you want, the reason why you want community so bad is that it gives you an opportunity to leverage your men. You see, these are the words. These are the 9 words that they never want to hear because this is leverage in reverse. If you don't do it, someone else will. That is leverage in reverse. If you have a job, right? Or you have a skill set, rather, and you're looking for work, and then you just walk in there and you say, I want $2,500,000, because I have this skill set and I'm leveraging you. These are my demands. I am leveraging this amount of money from the company. And then they say, well, we found a person in China. We found several people in China that could do the same thing. And they'll do it for $40K. That is being leveraged in reverse. And then that's when the applicant will start to say, yeah, but say, can't shut your ass up. You just tried to leverage me. You just tried to leverage me. Now you're trying to use American patriotism to leverage me further. If you really cared about, American solidarity, then how come you didn't charge a decent price for your labors? And if they really cared about the Black community, then why are they leveraging anything in the first damn place? Hit the like button. Now, this also, hold on. This also brings me to, give me 1 second, why they claim or appear to love Black men so much. You know how Black women say, "Oh, we loyal, we love our Black men, we loyal, we love you, Black man, Black man." You know, "Oh, Ricky, you so fine, you blow out my hair, Ricky. Hey, Black man." They really claim that it's loyalty. It ain't loyalty. It's y'all selling us poop water, and we the only ones that's gonna buy that crap. We're the only ones conditioned to buy that crap. We are the only ones thirsty enough to purchase what you are selling. If you can open up and sell your poop water to other markets, you would. In fact, the only ones that do don't have poop water. The only ones that do, transition, go over the fence, or whatever you want to call it, the only ones that do have a better product. Eve has a better product. Janet Jackson had a better product. Halle Berry had a better, like the ones that do have better products. So this loyalty that you have to the community, no, you are loyal to a marketplace that's going to buy your crap. And by crap, I'm talking about crap water. You're loyal to a thirsty, dedicated marketplace. So all this pushback that Passport Bros and people like that are getting, is hold on. Is really just them trying to preserve a favorable marketplace. That's it. They have one group of people that's going to buy what they're selling at the price that they're selling it. And since they will not improve their product, and since they will not, and they cannot increase the quantity of distribution, they're going to attempt to isolate the marketplace. That is how you leverage your wares. But there is no loyalty. They're loyal to a great deal that we have been giving them for so many generations. Too many generations. Everybody else didn't do that crap. They don't do that crap. Nobody else does that crap. Think about it. Why are all the other slave colonies light skinned? Like how many Wesley Snipes looking dudes you see walking around Colombia? How many Wesley Snipes looking dudes do you see walking around, I don't know, anywhere else? Even like France. I mean, don't get me wrong, they exist. But our entire race has been distinctly black since emancipation. We have not mixed into greater society. Jim Crow was not everywhere. Jim Crow was not everywhere, and I think that every nation probably had something very similar. Even though it wasn't written into laws, I don't think that they just said, "Oh, you're free. Here's some pussy. Here's my daughter's pussy." I doubt that they had. I doubt that that happened. And keep in mind that freedom is just that. Like, if they was really in the mindset of other groups of people, then they would have came to California like the day after slavery, where they didn't have Jim Crow. They would have went to Boston like the day after. They would have been to, like, the Great Migration would have happened like the day after. All right, let me read this. Hold on, let me put you in the matrix. All right, once again, if you want to get into the matrix, Cash Apps and Super Chats are the way to go and do that. Greatly appreciate you all. All right, here we go. Black Sword 404 says, they depended on black male loyalty to give them a monopoly. Absolutely. Absolutely. No matter how bad they treat us, with each generation that lessens, MCI is not kidding. What's MCI? I'm with you on this comment, but I need to know what MCI is. But yeah. Yeah. So when they say they're loyal to the community, they are loyal to the monopoly. They are loyal to the community the same way Asian, bodegas are loyal to the communities. The same way that the local liquor store is loyal to the community. The same way that the local drug dealer is loyal to the community. They are loyal to a consistent, dedicated, and loyal customer base. They are not there to improve it in any way, shape, or form. They're not there to improve the conditions of the people in it in any way, shape, or form. And they are not in it to help the men of it, the men and boys of it, in any way, shape, or form. And that's what they don't tell you when they tell you, hit the like button, when they tell you to do it for the community, to save your community. Save it from what? The major problem in the community is you. And I'm about to show you exactly what I mean. The major problem in the community is you. This is about, save your community. This is about save our monopoly, black man. This is about save our monopoly. Nope, I'm not having it. I am not having it. Because you see, I don't mind paying $2,000 if I happen to land on Boardwalk with a hotel. If I just so happen to land on Boardwalk with a hotel, I was like, oh, crap. Or worse, if I pull that community chest card and it says advanced token to Boardwalk and somebody got a hotel there, I'm like, dang. That's four of those $500 bills. That's four of them. I don't want to go to Boardwalk. I don't like it, but I pay that $2,000. Why? Because it's Boardwalk. But you trying to charge me $3,000 for Baltic Avenue, and I'll be damned if I pay $3,000 for Baltic Avenue. This is Baltic. You crazy bitch. This is Baltic Avenue. And you are trying to, no, it is $60 at most. It is $60. It's 60 Monopoly dollars. And you are trying to get me to pay an exorbitant price for a crappy hotel. Baltic, bitch. All right. So let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I want y'all to see the mentality that's going on here. The mentality. Hit the like button while I do this.
Of man. So worldwide, either America, as far as getting in America. I think Virginia,
since it's stated, but
the fact is, men will kill you over a woman faster than they'll kill you over stealing money from her. But then people will say, oh, money is the most. No, it's not. What's between women's legs is the most powerful asset. But the fact is women don't wield it accordingly.
thoughts.
shout out to Chicago Real Lefties. That's 1,000% true.
Mm-hmm.
But the key part is knowing how to wield it. And he indicated, because we are not aware of the power that we have, sometimes we give it away too freely. And when we're giving it away too freely, it lessens its value. But it is valuable.
Yeah. Well, absolutely.
Now, y'all hear what's being said here. They're looking at it as a product. It is valuable if you give it away too freely. So basically what she's describing is an instance to where you are creating an artificial scarcity. You're creating value through artificial scarcity, not by increasing the value. What is artificial scarcity? So there are vaults somewhere in Africa, I think like Somalia or something like that. They're vaults by De Beers where they have diamonds and diamonds. Oh, so yes, Shane Vicious is already ahead of this. They have diamonds and diamonds and diamonds. I mean, from what I heard, if they were to release all these diamonds, the diamonds would go to the price of gravel because it's so many of them. It's just so much diamonds. So what they're doing is they are just parceling them out a little bit at a time. Exactly. See, good point with the 300 PlayStation. But let's just say shoes, right? Let's just say shoes, because I know how sneakerheads are. Well, I know a little bit how they are. Hit the like button. And they like to say, oh, I got that limited edition this. Like, why is it limited edition? Because they don't make many of them. Why don't they make many of them? So they could be limited edition. So they are making fewer of them. They're making fewer of them in order to make you want it more. Yeah. Well, why not just force them to give you better quality in the ones that they do make? No, I want it because it's scarce. Creating artificial scarcity to increase value. And look at how old she is. Let's talk about that for a second. You see, she can't do that on her own. She met her husband on Tinder, I think it was. So she can't do that on her own. What she has to do is she has to convince all younger women to also participate in this artificial scarcity. So of course she's going to teach, keep your box off the market. Because when this guy swipes left on me or right on me, I want to be the only box available to him. That is the only way I'm going to get that ring. The only way I'm going to get that ring that's a diamond that is artificially scarce is to create pussy that is artificially scarce. Hit the like button. That is the only way I can do this. Now, this only works once again if the guy has no other options. Try leveraging Passissy to a guy that got options. Try leveraging Passissy to a pimp. Try that. Like, oh yeah, well, I'm not gonna give this to you, but I want you to wait around for it. Like, pardon me? Yeah, I want you to wait for it until you okay, bye. And that's what Steve Harvey don't tell you. Oh, by the way, if Steve Harvey knew anything about anything, his daughter wouldn't be a freaking mess, and it wouldn't be your stepdaughter. So, but anyway, when he did that whole 90-day rule, okay, here's the Steve Harvey 90-day rule is the stupidest thing ever that came out of his mouth, and a lot of stupid things came out of his mouth. Sometime in the 90s, he was in Oakland and somebody threw a 40 bottle at him, and I'm not joking. You can look it up. I'll never forget that happened because everybody was talking about it the next day. The 90-day rule and the rationale behind it is stupid as fuck. And the reason why it's stupid as fuck is because, well, for one, the reason behind it, let's start there. He said, when I worked at Ford Motor Company, they made me wait 90 days before I could receive any benefits. And that was to ensure that I was serious and was going to be loyal to the company. So, Mr. Harvey, do you still work for Ford Motor Company? Or did you take the next better opportunity? Oh. You see, the 90-day rule only would work if you only if Ford was the only place you were qualified to work. That's the only way the 90-day rule works. Hit the like button. Stuff like that only works when you have a monopoly. But Ford didn't have a monopoly over you because you had other skill sets and talents, meaning that you had other opportunities, lucrative opportunities available to you. Somebody said Steve Harvey was funny, was a funny guy, not a smart guy. He wasn't even a funny guy. He was the least funny of the kings of comedy. Next was D.L. Hughley. But even in the not smart guy, he read the wrong Miss America. That's like next level nuts. He got the Miss America wrong. Anyway. Yeah. But they hold on to this philosophy because it's all they got past a certain point. And we're going to talk about, because they're going to discuss the diminished vajayjay problem that they suffer from. Fair use.
Why do you think virginity is so powerful? And people are looking, they want to marry a virgin. And this is worldwide, not just talking about America, but worldwide. When you have countries that or have arranged marriages, and when you have countries that are, there's a dowry for a bride. Do you know the highest bid as far as getting a woman? It depends on her virginity. And I even was told this by on the Lapeef network, Amira. She said the women that are not virgins usually or have been married before, either they can't get the husband that they want, the dowry is not high enough for them, or they have to settle quote unquote, for another type of man. So worldwide, it's known as far as even trying to preserve it and men wanting what you got. You know, online of many women that's trying to sell their virginity.
And there you have it. Now, neither of these two women are virgins. Both of these two women had entire babies pulled out of their vagina. So neither are virgins. So they can't sell the virginity at the premium that virgins go for. But they want to, which is why they are using market manipulation, which relies on the black man's thirst.
Have you seen that?
I have. And I've seen on episodes of SVU also.
Okay. So there is the virginity. And we've been all told, you know, a lot of us ain't. But it was to save your virginity, save it for your husband. That's who is supposed to have it. That's who's supposed to deserve it, because it's so much virginity, the idea of purity, that you haven't been with anyone, the idea of being disciplined enough to not succumb to any of these sexual urges that you might have as a human being, because we're human. Those ideas, it's important. Now, we might not believe it today, but worldwide, is power in that virginity. Wait a minute. Look. Oh, you know, when you do the back call, the hooty hoo call, the people. Let's see who I got to join me. Oh, she's so lucky. Hooty hoo.
Not a virgin either. And also a person that's had a baby pulled out of the vagina. And this isn't me saying this to thump on them. This is me just pointing out that they understand the value system. So, and they understand that they rank low on the value system. This is them saying it. I mean, they are talking that virginity, things like this, is at a premium. And it is. It is. I would prefer a virgin over a non-virgin. However, I would prefer, like, if I can't get a virgin, I want Uber experience. What is Uber experience? Uber experience is somebody who's been an Uber driver. Oh, no. My bad. It's not that. Uber experience is Corinne Steffens. That's Uber experience. I want to know what that is that she do that put Mr. Marcus, that brings tears to a porn star's eyes. Like, she put tears in a porn star's eye. I want to know what she do. But yeah, a virgin or that. But most women fall in between. And these women fall in between. So they understand the diminished value of their vajayjay. But there is a reluctance to reduce the costs. And they understand that it's reduced, but what they're going to say is that it is still a pasissy, and therefore it still holds value. That is what they're clinging to. They're clinging to it. They're Klingons. They're clinging to the fact that, you know, okay, this holds value, but they have to do everything they can to increase the value. And they must increase the thirst of the marketplace in order to do that, which means that the community has to contain thirsty men and women leveraging these thirsty men in order for them to have value in the community. and in order for them to value the community.
Well, hello,
What's
Courtney.
going on, hootie hoo? All right.
I'm right on time.
You see, Amira's community is valued because Amira is in it. That is the value of Amira's community. Her community is valuable because she is in it. And women like her is in it. Absent that, it has less value. The value of your community is the value of the people in it. Now, black men are able to marry out and stuff like that at a far greater rate than black women, and that's because we hold greater value to other communities. You are not the only ones that can leverage Box. Box is being leveraged out of your community. Our men are being leveraged out of your community.
You right on time. So so you've seen this because you've done something on this as well too, haven't you, Lucky? Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually been enjoying breaking down these talking points. So yeah.
Yeah. Talking point killers. That's what I'm about to be. So let's go ahead and then we'll get Lucky your opinion on some of this too. So let's go.
Because of selfish reasoning. So because you're willing to give me the most powerful part of you, the most powerful asset in the world with little to no effort.
The most powerful part of you.
How can you expect me to be willing to give any? What type of incentive do I have? I'm getting 99% of the benefits of what you're worth. You know, I gave an example earlier on the podcast. If I walk into a Mercedes-Benz dealership and they got a Benz on the showroom floor, brand new, I checked the mileage. It has 2 miles on it. And the price tag in the window is $200. As a man, are you going to pay the $200 that the price tag?
Why is she saying this, knowing that there are no 2-mile Mercedes in our community? Where's the 2-mile Mercedes women at?
Says, or are you going to pay the $80,000 that is actually worth? I'm going to pay the $200 that's on the window. But women will put the $200 tag on the window and get mad at you for not paying the $80 that is really worth. That's the problem. But again, you got to move as to what your value really is. And certain women understand that, and they do move that.
And you got to move where the value really is. And you want to know where they have 2-mile Mercedes at? Germany. Germany, where the Mercedes are manufactured. You buy it off the manufacturing line. That's where you go if you want the 2-mile Mercedes. Just saying. Sometimes you have to go places to get what you want.
That way. But then those women typically end up married. But others think they can finagle the system, you know, to their own convenience, and they end up in situations that are not ideal. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, you know, women just got to be a bit more diligent and understand the concept of leverage.
Okay, the concept of leverage. I'm going to read the definition that best fits what he's describing, because he said that they have to leverage, meaning that it is a verb. It is something, it is an action. Okay, so to use quality or advantage. Wait, is that quality? Yeah, quality or advantage to obtain desired effect or results. A quality. So in this particular instance, the quality is persisting. And they are leveraging that over black men. But you see, here's the problem. It says to use quality or advantage, right? Who do they have advantage over? Men. And this is the sad thing about Black American women and their plight. Everybody has greater quality. I repeat, everybody has greater quality. So just like you can use that box to leverage over men, Black men in particular, because they're the ones who don't explore other quality. Each and every single woman with greater quality can leverage that over you. And when they do, and they will, and they have been, that is when you hear, oh, but community, community, community. And what they really mean to say is, let me leverage you, let me leverage you, let me leverage you.
Y'all have all of it.
Okay. So the idea of leverage and women understanding, our value. What he's talking about, and it's something that we've all talked about for a long time, is sexual market value. What that is, of course, for those that don't know, your SMV is it refers to an individual's level of attractiveness to the opposite sex, which ultimately influence the quality of mate they can in turn attract. Men prioritize your fertility. Thus, they look for signals of youth and health, hourglass figure, smooth skin, high pitched voice.
Okay. At least 2 out of 3 of you don't have that fertility. So you're not offering that to your respective mates. I think the 2 out of 3 that I'm referring to have mates, yet they don't have fertility. So, what are you really offering? Men prioritize fertility. So basically, you do not have what we prioritize. So no, keep it a buck. You're offering box. That's all you have to offer. And you're offering it to men where it's scarce. Where it's scarce. And who is it scarce to? There you go.
Which therefore determine a woman's women that are more fertile maybe can pull a little bit more than a woman that's 40 and probably ain't gonna have no more kids. True. It's the truth, a little bit more the type of man that you want. Well, we know that younger women that are more fertile maybe can pull a little bit more than a woman that's 40 and probably ain't gonna have no more kids. True. It's the truth. That's just what it is. Again, we're going to deal in reality. Can I not pull a man?
Okay. Lemon Harris says something. Whatever happened to the swirlers? You see, the swirlers never swirled. I repeat, the swirlers never swirled. They're interracial daters. Black women who are with white guys. Most of whom aren't swirlers. They're not participating in the movement. They just found somebody to make them happy. And I'm happy for them. Swirlers are another group of people that are trying to what? Create a monopoly. They understand that their box is diminished. And not only do these women not want to compete with other groups of women, They also don't want to compete with their own women for this controlled group of thirsty men. Take a look at this chick's lips. Those are some DSL for real.
I sure can. However, it depends on what type of man. But if you understand what you have, then you understand the type of man that you can attract. But you're only able to do that if you deal with the reality of yourself. If I am 300 pounds, I'm probably not going to be able to pull a Michael B. Jordan. Now, can I pull Ronnie around the corner? If I'm cool, yeah, Ronnie cool.
You see that? And once again, this isn't a hit piece on Courtney. Trust me, that's been done to death. And what she's saying here is pointed. Like, women should understand that they won't be able to get Michael B. Jordan, but they would be able to get Rodney around the corner. The problem is that they shouldn't be able to get Rodney. They shouldn't be able to get Rodney. The reason why a 300-pound woman is able to get Rodney is because Rodney is thirsty. Somebody said Rodney is blind. Rodney is, listen, it don't matter. It don't matter. So the movie Ray, which is the life of Ray Charles, played by Jamie Foxx. This man used to grab the wrists of women to determine if they're pretty or not. Even a blind man don't want a fat ass wrist. You grab a woman, you grab a 300-pound woman's wrist, like, oh, what the hell? What the hell is this? Not the ankle, but what's that thing? What's that ball on a skinny person's wrist? That ball there? Like, he's like, where's that at? His fingers sink in. So no, not even a blind man. Rodney is conditioned. He is thirsty. A thirsty man is trying to sleep with a 300-pound woman. She can get Rodney around the corner. She shouldn't be able to get that. Unless Rodney is 400 pounds, she should not even be able to get that. Exactly. Dirty D Rodney makes it bad for everybody else. And as long as there's Rodneys out there, these 300-pound chicks are going to be out there because the box has so much power. We're getting into this.
Same thing with men. If you're not as secure or don't have that security enough for a woman, maybe you won't get name a beautiful woman. I don't want to say Lori. I don't want to say that. Name is
Sanaa Lathan.
Sanaa Lathan. Okay. You.
How old is Sanaa Lathan? Why in the world would they name that chick? Things are bad. Things are bad. Hold on. Things are bad. 51. Holy crap. 51. Oh, dang, black women. Dang, black women. Dang. This is an L. And you don't even know it. You can't name, you can't. Don't say Halle Berry. No. We're going to state this. We're going to state this, and this is the fact. You can't name an attractive black woman past the 90s. There, I said it. There, I said it. What they just admitted was that the black community stopped producing beautiful women in the 90s. Oh, in the 90s, you could just spit them out. You know, Nia Long, Sanaa Lathan, Halle Berry, what's her name? Robin Gibbons. Like you could just keep them coming. You could just keep them coming. But they stopped making them. No, I'm saying, listen, Tyra Banks, exactly. No, I definitely would say Chloe Bailey. I would definitely say, but what I'm saying is they can't, which says something about their understanding. They understand what the market is.
Might not, but you can get, Trina around the block.
Or Respucia.
Or you can, but that's understanding. And I think men know that more than women. I think men, and if you guys disagree with me, please chime in. But I think men understand.
Yeah, Jasmine Guy, Tisha Campbell. Yeah, no, the 90s was full of them. And, you know, we got Chloe Bailey and her sister. But as far as like mainstream Black beauty, oh, dang.
Understand that more than women. They understand this is what I can pull her. I know I can get her. Women, we still deal with the idea of the wishing, like, man, maybe I can, maybe I can't, but not doing a self-assessment of yourself and looking at yourself and be like, maybe I should stay around the waterfalls, the
And
lakes, and that you used to.
oh, we, I
Okay. You shouldn't be used to a 300-pound woman.
think too when I think about uh, back in my 30s, even though I had my daughter, the men that I was able to attract was definitely different, largely because I was still within the age of having babies,
Mm-hmm.
and particularly meeting men who wanted to still have children. But as I got older, I knew who I was going to be able to attract was different because I knew I was at a different point in my life that I was not having children anymore. So that to that point, I needed to focus on someone that was in the same, not only the same age range, but wanted the same things, who was okay with not having children anymore. Your priorities shift. And
By priority shift, she means settled. She settled for her husband. Now, and I don't mind that. I will say that it's probably not the same thing. I'm saying that perhaps he should not have settled for you. And here's what I mean. When they say men prioritize fertility, thus they look for signals of youth, health, smooth skin, hourglass figure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which therefore determines a woman's sexual marketplace value. Women prioritize security. Thus, they look for signals of strength, recourse, let's see, shape, figure, status, low pitched voice. Well, that's not me. Which therefore determines a man's SMV. Now, these things for him did not change with age. Well, wait, let me see. Oh, no, signals of strength. Well, status didn't change with age, and his fertility obviously didn't really change much either.
I knew that. I knew that although I was attractive, I was not as attractive as I was in my 20s and early 30s.
Yeah. Do you have anything on that, Lucky?
No, I think you guys pretty much said it. I would just add the leverage. I want people to understand leverage in your own lane though. Like a lot of the time the conversation is like Oh, but if you get a Lori Harvey, I'm glad you knew that that was the popular name right now. As if we just meet Lori Harveys, or as if even, let's say, she has influence from regular people. Regular people know, like you might say, dang, she pretty. But I know dang well my dating pool is not hers. She's still worth 43 million. So she leveraged it to the point where even with her behavior men don't agree with, she can turn it around, be worth 43 million and still get a husband. You know what I'm saying? Because of how she's carrying it. She's not ratchet. I've always known of the Anna Nicole Smiths to leverage it in a certain way and still get those type of men wherever their angle was. You have to be in the right rooms. You have to be, you know what I'm saying? So I just think that that was something too that people instantly thought of leverage as something negative.
She's confusing the word leverage with market. Advertise, things like that. And increasing quality is something you do to gain leverage. It's not leveraging. Meaning, Lori Harvey increases her beauty so she can leverage. But that's different than just leveraging it. Is the difference between purchasing a gun and firing one. So these are two entirely different things. Well, not entirely, but because one could possibly lead to another. But you see, what they were talking about and what's being discussed here, and I actually liked where this conversation is going with these ladies. But what was being discussed prior was not improving or increasing the quality of the box, or even, charging a premium for it that's consistent with its value. No, it's taking the box. Not Lori Harvey box, not Sanaa Lathan in the 90s box, not Holly Berry in the 90s box. It's taking regular box, the 300-pound box, any box. He didn't say that Sanaa Lathan's box has value. No, the box has value. That's what was being said.
Would know, like you want to leverage to be better than whatever your position is. Even if you are a whore, you might
Improving is not leveraging.
be on the corner $40. I want to get to the escort. What I got to do? You know what I'm whatever how bad it is, you still have to leverage it in a way. It's based on how you present yourself, is what I understood.
Level it up.
And well, let's dig into that deeper because I mean, we're saying how you present yourself, but at the
They are really trying to change the definitions.
end of the day, and let's just be frank, it's how you look. It's how you look. The Anna Nicole's back in the day, I just saw something on Netflix about Pamela Anderson. And
Why are they naming really, really, really old women?
she just recently married a man for 12 days. But he said in his will, she's getting all his millions because he loved her that much. And they was married for like 12 days.
That's leverage.
So when you look at that, when you look at the Marilyn Monroes and the JFKs, what did they have? Beauty.
That's a good point. Beauty.
They had the beauty. Not only
Even Dorothy Dandridge, she wanted those roles.
Okay. All right. They're crazy talking.
Those
manipulated.
The freak in the sheets, the lady on the streets, and the freak in the sheets. It's the sexual that this is the king. So if I know I have visual freakings,
yes,
a lot of power manipulative. That's conversation. Yeah, in the sheets conversation that I don't think a lot of people are wanting to have is that the idea of being, the freak in the sheets, a lady on the streets, and a freak in the sheets. It's the sexual that particular woman, that prowessness. Yeah, that's attractive to them, and men are visual.
This is true.
And sexual.
This
But
is
we're
true.
all sexual beings, which is fine. But however, they don't want everybody to know that you are that.
Yes.
Yeah, I might be attracted to this, but I don't need you showing it all on the IG. I want you to keep it for me. And that's the again the idea of leveraging. It's, I know that this is what my man wants. However, this is what I'm wanting. So what I'm going to do is this and that for him. That's compromise. That's relationships. Give and take. Baby, I know you want this. And I want this. So if I do this and you do, what the hell's wrong with that? But funny that you mentioned that though, because rest in peace to Alan Roger Curry. And he made an amazing book, and well, a couple of them, but this one in particular, the possibility of sex. And the idea, because sex is so powerful, and what women have is so powerful that, like you said, Lucky, we know how to, and a lot of women know how to manipulate it. And it's the possibility of sex that leads a lot.
All right. I want to point out that before Lucky was saying that leverage doesn't mean manipulate. And now Courtney is saying women know how to manipulate it.
Of men astray, a lot of leaders, a lot of powerful men, the possibility of sex with this particular woman, that particular woman, messes up kingdoms and empires.
Yes.
It has to the dawn of day. This ain't nothing new to the Black community, the Spanish, the Mexican.
Okay. And now we're getting into the nitty gritty. Because, yes, it does have the power to destroy the community. It destroyed ours. And now you want us to commune with the very person that destroyed the community? You see, nobody's really questioning if it has the power to be very destructive. What I'm saying is we shouldn't be teaching people to use it in a destructive way. Simple as that. Simple as that. Don't teach women to use, like nuclear weapons have the power to destroy, civilization. So don't use it. I mean, so far so good. We haven't really had like a major global, meltdown. Because we actually don't want to destroy the world. But then they don't care. Like, look at how powerful it is. Yes, that's why you don't do it. That's why you don't do stuff like that. When somebody, it really speaks to the mindset of the person. I used this analogy before on Sweet Melody Speaks panel. I'm use it again. You know, if somebody gives you a hammer and that person says, "I have the power to bash heads in," you got to look at them like, okay, that's how you define power. You define power as the ability to destroy something. You didn't say I have the power to build anything that can be built, anything out of wood, anything that can be built with a hammer and nails. Nope, you say I had the power to bash somebody in the head with it. Really says something about you. A box could be used to create healthy families. Something that neither of the three of you have done. It could be used in that way. But you are championing the destructive power, and it's going to get worse.
And all the Puerto Ricans. No.
It's
This
straight
is
up.
just human nature, men's nature, women's nature. Men are sexual beings and they are visual creatures. Women have what men want, and that's vagina. Straight men. So if I know I have what men are wanting and craving, and are working hard to obtain a level of a woman of that vagina. And if I understand that, then my idea, I do have to leverage because I can't start giving it out willy nilly because then that brings down my value.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's funny that they feel that if they're not leveraging, they're giving it away willy nilly. Really, it's not about that. It's about the mindset of it. You know, if a woman says, I'm preserving myself because I'm a virtuous woman, that's one thing. If they're saying that I am preserving it so that, here, let me look up the definition of leverage once again, so that I may use a quality or advantage to obtain desired effect or results. That's a whole nother thing. Your mindset is that you're trying to create a desired effect or result. And apparently, your desired effect and results is not good for the man.
And I just can't maybe just give it to him on the first day because again, then he gonna start having some questions. Darn, baby, I mean,
If you gave it to me that quickly,
who else you giving that to?
Right.
And those are
Absolutely.
legit conversations.
Yes. Yeah.
And you know, for the life of me, I just don't. I don't know.
I
But
want to
yes,
say it influences the homosexual men as well because you either want to be with us or you want to be like us.
She's lucky she has those lips. That wasn't a smart thing to say at all.
And the average homosexual male, when you see them go in transformation, they mimic the black woman. I
Once again, not a very bright thing to say.
just wanted to point that out. They don't try to be like Becky. They try to be the sexual Meg Thee Stallion version.
All right, so I'm gonna get a closer look at your lips and forget that they say shit like that. Fellas, y'all got to look. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's just pretend like that didn't happen.
And they're now getting big butts. Saucy Santana. No, but that's a whole nother conversation.
But I just wanted to stick on the influence when you said straight man. It's like influence go different ways when you're talking about the female. It really is. Like, so when he mentioned the vagina, men are trying, you have the men who want it, would do anything for it, and good and bad. And you have the ones who want it so bad, they get it. They go buy one. So our influence goes beyond just heterosexual men.
Yeah. What's the oldest occupation in the world?
Prostitution.
The selling of what?
Pussy.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. I don't know who thought of that. Now, the fact that they're regurgitating it really says something about them. And they think that that's something to be proud of. Prostitution not only is not, it cannot be the oldest profession in the world. Now, a regular person would say hunter or gatherer, which, you know. But let's go there for a second. So a guy walks to a woman and says, hey, I'll give you 3 rabbits for the box. And she says, okay, or 3 rabbit furs. And she says, okay, here's the box. But the oldest profession would be a rabbit fur merchant. If they say, I give you, a sack of grain for the box, then the oldest profession would be a grain farmer. Or if they say, I give you this raw meat for the box, then the oldest profession would be hunter. Or if they say, I'll give you these nuts if you take these nuts. You get where I'm going with this. So it's not the oldest profession. Like, really, like, gatherer is. Look at how hard she is cheesing. What does it say when somebody's face light up at the thought of prostitution? Holy crap. I want to see the change happens.
Yeah. What's the oldest occupation in the world?
Prostitution.
The selling of what?
Pussy.
And there you go. There you go. This is what they want you to stay for. This is what, when they say be loyal to the community, be loyal to something with this particular mentality.
Oh, sorry.
What is the job right now that women are getting that's making about a day? Women are making 20 grand a day with
OnlyFans.
What they selling over there?
Pussy.
A fantasy.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me the power of the box?
Now, this is what they talk about. Once again, never talks of cultivating a healthy family. So, Trill, when you say leverage the box, this is what they hear. And this is the mentality that you encourage. You are encouraging this mentality. This is going to push men away, not towards. A group of women championing OnlyFans is not what you should be teaching them.
Is that I can get money from men without them even touching it. By even them seeing it, you gonna pay for it. And that ain't powerful? I don't even have to, you ain't even got to touch it. You are willing to pay me a month.
Now, once again, they're talking about if these guys had an equally beautiful woman at home, they wouldn't be paying that amount for OnlyFans. Let's just leave it at that.
Just to show it to you.
And let's not forget the weirdos who have stalked OnlyFans models by just the possibility of the sex that they've never seen in real life, touched, or smelled.
Nothing. So it's that power. It's the.
This is how they talk about it. Nobody's not saying that it's not powerful. Power is a means to an end. The end that you champion seemed to be to get people to stalk you. Once again, look at this cheese. Look at this to the grin. This is a to the grin. Once again, the hammer analogy, it could be used as a tool to build something with, but I'm going to talk over and over and over again how destructive it is. Oh, but we're going to use it in a good way.
Possibility of sex. And this is where shout out Alan Roger Curry, rest in peace. But it is what's going on now, then you're losing it. And it's not honest. Shout out Alan Roger Curry. All right, let's get back into the video.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
might need clarification because I did not get what True was saying. And I made notes because we just got from talking about men being the head and men, sitting on the throne. But then Thrill, you mentioned that women have the leverage and that if we want to control a man, we need to keep the box. But like I'm a little confused because if men are the head and they're the throne, how do we have leverage? And then if so, then why is our box so quote unquote great if the man is the king?
What does a man being a leader mean that he's not influenced and cannot still have a woman can't control as far as that with sexuality? Or
Well, if he's being controlled, he's not the leader. Like what you're describing is a puppet leader. Or what do you call those? Like the puppet politician, like the puppet president. He's a puppet. A powerless leader. A figurehead, thank you.
sex?
One has nothing to do with the other. Because let me just be clear, because we have the power. It's whether or not we choose to use our powers for good or evil, and that's real.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know I can get whatever I want.
But you would never use your power in that way. You can get whatever you want, but you would never use your power over your leader that way. Because you have power over your leader. That makes perfect sense. But you would never misuse it, right? You could get whatever you want, but you would never use it in that way because that would make you insane. Let's see.
Mr. Randolph, because I know how to leverage my power. I don't use my power for evil, though.
Right.
Okay, I want y'all to remember that she said that she don't use her power for evil.
So, the idea that leaders are not supposed to be weak is disgusting to me.
Oh. Yeah, this is something. Now, once again, Black American women want their men weak and desperate because these are the only ones that they can control. They can only seduce men that are desperate. Again, they can only seduce men that are desperate. So they are going to look for men that are weak and desperate, but call them strong. That is how you create a figurehead.
Because leaders are human and are imperfect. The best leaders knows their weakness. I know I'm weak in this area. Doesn't mean I can't lead. It just means I have to delegate.
The best ones strive to overcome their weakness, sis.
Or if I know that there's a weakness in me, then I'm going to have to change up my game. So therefore, I'm not timid. I'm not, falling short of things. Leaders, and I want to make this.
Agreed. Except that Trill is not telling men to be strong and not succumb to such weaknesses. He's telling the women to exploit these weaknesses. And that is what we have today in the Black community. That is what you would call a conflict in interest. I have a natural conflict of interest with people like Trill, and the women here. Why? Because I want to encourage Black men to be stronger. They want to exploit their weaknesses, which means that they want to not only preserve the weaknesses that they have, they want to continue to see them weakened.
Clear, especially to men, because I think a lot of pressure is put on them. You're a leader. You're supposed to be an alpha man. How dare you say something sweet and nice to a woman? You're a simp if you do that. How dare you? You're a leader. You're an alpha man. How dare you say that your weakness is some women? Oh, you're not supposed to have a weakness because you're a man and you're a leader. No.
See how she's trying to encourage men to embrace this particular weakness? Now, I'm not saying a man is a simp if he says something nice to a woman. I say nice things to women all the time. I just complimented Lucky's DSLs. Simp I am not. No, that doesn't make one a simp. She's trying to convince men to embrace the weaknesses, to try to turn that $20,000 a day into $30,000 a day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
No. Where everyone is imperfect and everyone has an indulgence, everyone has a weakness. And for a lot of men, it's PUSSY. And women know that.
And men should overcome that weakness. And women, if you want to create a community of strong men, and if you want your sons to be strong, which apparently you all don't, then you would not encourage this weakness. In fact, you would discourage it. But y'all don't want that. Y'all want the Black community to stay exactly what it is. A bunch of fat ass ugly bitches and a bunch of weak men that can't say no to fucking them.
So if men know that women know that they use their sex to be able to try to get things, or the possibility of sex, if women know that we could do that, then it's incumbent on men to understand that, hey, she might be trying to play me. She keep asking me out wanting me to take her out to lunch, but I'm wanting to have sex, but hell, I'm paying for lunches because of the possibility that I might get sex, and you never do, and you never will. So no, leaders have weak moments. Leaders have flaws. And some of the greatest leaders that we've had downfall was women. Does that make them not great leaders?
Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Does it make them not great leaders because their downfall was women? Yes! What the hell? Was Benedict Arnold not a great leader because, he tried to sell out West Point to the British for material gains for his wife? Yes, it does. That's exactly what it does. What the hell was that? They are trying to encourage weakness in men. Why? Because they thrive on weak men. They thrive on a weakened community full of weak men in it. They're the only ones that will value their 40 plus box.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Let-
And again, somebody put about dick discipline. That is absolutely true. But it does not mean that men are not tempted by the vagina, because it is, again, since Adam and Eve. I mean, we are human.
right. And it's this is a different because this is what I kept seeing in people's the chat on some of them. It was weak men are controlled by box. Men want vagina.
Men want crack and alcohol. You still have to control your desires. Men want food, but you still manage your quality of intake. But they don't. Look at this. Look at her smile. Men want vagina. Cheese. Watch this. Look at her face now.
The chat on some of them. It was weak men are controlled by box. Men want vagina.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? I'm 55 years old, but men want vagina, cheese, and see. Here's the thing. Here's what you don't see, and that I never want to see. Her vagina smiled too. I could tell by the smile on her face. Her vagina smiled at the exact same time she did. All right. Appreciate the cash app, brother. All right. So, hold on. Give me a second. Put you in the matrix. If you want to be placed in the matrix, all you got to do is hit the cash app or super chat button. All right. So, all right. And I think I've seen another one. Okay. Read this before it gets too old. It says, that's pure cap. Most black women don't want leadership from black men. They want the resource and attention from certain men. They reject leadership from black men. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is them. This is them trying to call you a leader, but they want you to maintain this exploitable weakness.
They want it. Straight men. Some bisexual men. That's what they want. Now, being controlled over anything, it's a problem. People get controlled over drugs. People get controlled over gambling. People have sex addictions. We're not talking.
All of those people would not make good leaders unless they're leading people who are equally problematic. Like if you're a crackhead and you lead a bunch of other crackheads in a heist to steal crack, then yes, you probably would be a good leader in that result. But I mean, you're not going to build a nation like that. You're not going to build a community like that. You're not going to build any community where the women is chronically encouraging and exploiting this particular weakness in men. You're not.
Talking about that. Now, if you have a substance abuse, a sex abuse, all the abusing, whatever, I mean, that's an addiction issue. And some great leaders have addiction issues. Does that mean that they succumb to alcoholism? Well, maybe their job calls them another way. So again, it ain't black and white. It's so much gray. But what we do know is that with men and women, Men want a woman sexually, point blank, period. Women know that. So, how do you leverage it as a man?
Ah,
Else get
crap.
them killed, and then she inherit the wealthy man. Just man,
That's the conversation that we need to have. Lego. Let's put that back
because men are dumb enough to fall susceptible to that.
Now, he just called those men dumb. And she just called these men capable leaders. Hold on. All right. I see you, August. And I'm gonna put you in the thing in a minute. All right. Says for great content. Appreciate you, brother. So he just agreed that it's dumb. I mean, essentially what he's saying is women, you should exploit dumb men, while at the same time saying men stay in the community with women who are trying to exploit your dumb ass.
Men
So
ruin their
wait,
fortunes all the time over women. We see men cheat on their spouses and have to give up half of
And this is the weakness that she says is okay. You can still be a strong leader if you squander your fortunes over a woman.
their money. Kings throughout history, women have been able to manipulate them, get them fighting somebody else, get them killed, and then she inherit the wealth. You know what the number one cause of like women millionaires is?
but are we talking about the kind of men that you guys just encourage men to be? Because I want to say it was Ricky or King, forgive me if I'm wrong, had encouraged men to stay on their square and not fold to women. So if we're talking about those kind of men, we then don't have the leverage because no matter how much good our box is, that's not going to cause them to fold.
Okay,
Because I'm
so
a little
so
confused by the kind of men we're referring to in this conversation.
so question to that point. Would you say that that's the majority of men in terms of that mindset, or would that be the minority?
Those are the men that majority of the men that we're talking to, the majority of the men that this conversation is about.
No. I'm not talking about this conversation specifically. We're going to speak as a whole in terms of the community. When I say that's the most powerful asset in the world, the reason being is because the sheer volume of men who are willing to not move the way we are talking, and the
Those men aren't powerful. I mean, those men can often become powerful, but then they have their power taken from them because that's the way exploitation works, and that's the way weakness works. Especially when you don't thrive to overcome it.
fact that that's the case wills the power to them. So we can't just speak to the men in this conversation. We have to speak to the men as a whole. So I ask again, the men in terms of having that mindset, no nonsense, standing on my square, I'm not letting no piece of ass dissuade me from what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. Would you say that that's the majority of
That
men or the minority?
so that would be the minority of men.
Right. So that's why the power is the way it is. Women have that power because the majority of men are willing to sacrifice everything that they've built over a piece of ass that's not worthy
So
of it.
then, so then,
And you are encouraging this. See, this is a problem, and you would suggest that women exploit this. And they have been. And the Black community is what it is as a result of this. The same community that they want you to stay in.
I'm going to stop that because, I'm seeing people in the chat and, I think some people don't think things through. They just hear something like, that's not me. I'll never lose anything off vagina.
Oh, I like this part.
Okay. Hold on.
Y'all hear this, right? She says you are in the chat room saying I'll never lose anything over vagina. She says, nigga, what? Yes, you will. You all weak. You are all weak to my vagina. That is basically how she's coming at him. She's like, y'all all weak. Y'all will all bow down to this. Y'all all bow down to this for JJ. Y'all all weak and I can exploit you at my will, but you're great leaders. You're great leaders. She's just stroking their head. You're such a good leader. 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 You know what that reminds me of? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, right quick. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna show y'all in just a second. This right here. This is Jafar's snake staff. Look at it. You're such a great leader. I am such a great leader. You should give me permission to grape your daughter. I give you permission to grape my daughter. This is the type of leadership she's talking about. It's just that staff there is her box. Holy crap. Why would she assume that it's sex? Why would she assume? First of all, okay, here's the thing about it. It's a very, very, very unknown period in history. There's a lot of misunderstandings going on around it. There is a strong possibility that Helen was loosely related to Paris. The way their royalty, intermarried between other royalty, it is quite possible that that was his sister. Just saying. We do know that Helen was, in a very real way, a captive, and that she was forced to marry Menelaus. He conquered her lands, killed the husband, the father, whoever was in charge at the time, and took her. She was a captive, and if she had extended family elsewhere, like Troy, then what happened would make sense as well. There's also like the gateway to there is a number of reasons. But her conclusion was it's the box. And Troy was destroyed because of the box. And Paris was a great leader. You ever notice how, like, the men who didn't risk everything for a box actually won the war? Oh. I'm just saying, right? Seem like the greatest leaders are the ones who don't take in big wooden horses without checking to see if it's hollow. You know, they're the ones who make the wooden horses. His brother Hector was a great leader. Paris was not. His brother Hector wasn't controlled by a box. You see, when you think of like the great leaders of old, George Washington, Hannibal Barca, Gaius Julius Caesar, Octavian Augustus, these are men that were not controlled by a box. Even Alexander. I mean, come on, it was in his name. Now, there's reasons that box didn't control him, but nevertheless, he wasn't controlled by box. And then you look at the not so great leaders. Nero, Caligula. What's Marcus Aurelius' son's name? Was it Tiberius? But he was eccentric in a lot of different ways. Mark Antony in particular. He was undefeated until he got controlled by the box. And then he lost to like a 17-year-old boy. I think Augustus was like 17 at the time. And the unseasoned General Agrippa, he lost. He took his first L the moment he got some of that, African box. Even though she was Greek, but let's not quibble over details. So yes, that is what's going on. But they're great leaders. Ha! Julius Caesar pumped and dumped the same bitch. You are a great leader.
So you might not think that you would. And I think a lot of men think because you haven't had this set of power. You don't think that you would because you haven't been around tens trying to have sex with you. You've been around threes and fours that you could easily say no. And then some of y'all still can't say no to those threes and fours. So I don't even.
So she just called you thirsty. She just called you thirsty. She just said that you can't say no to threes and fours. But you see, here's the thing. And this is her still trying to use and this is the community that they want. Look at this one laughing. She knows she is whatever number she is, and she know that number ain't a 10. But she do know that that guys will settle, and she's laughing at that fact right now. And what Courtney is doing is she's trying to shame guys by saying stuff like, you don't have access to 10s. If you did, you would be weak for their box. Okay. So they use this shame tactic to what? Increase the quality of their box. Basically, she's saying that if you are not the things that Trill described, weak, dumb, easily manipulated, if you are not those things, you don't have access to 10s. The reason that you're not those things is because you do not have access to 10s. Trying to shame you into thirst.
Know why I'm putting it out there? Because you can't. Many 2s, 3s, and 4s I see that's pregnant. No, somebody hitting it. We don't want no big woman. They stay pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, Trill did admit that weak men exist. And see, let me talk about that for a second, because this is another thing that I noticed with black women. Hit the like button. Hit that like button. It's another thing I noticed with black women. Black women who are not fat, they vaginas smile every time they see a regular man with a fat black woman. Because they're like, yep, that is the power to the vagina. That is the power of the vagina. They're basically looking at that situation and they're saying, black men are still weak. They still have this weakness that we can exploit. Now, the problem for black women now, and this is why people like Cynthia G get so upset about it, is that other groups of women are exploiting the weakness. And that's why they get mad when they see a black man, a regular black man, with an overweight woman who's not black. Because that is someone else exploiting the weakness that they worked hard to create and preserve. Hit the like button.
My 300-pound life, they always got men.
So I'm not even going to.
What does it say that you don't? All right, let me fast forward. Oh, no, actually, let me go back.
Was the strongest man in the entire Bible. There was no man that was stronger than Samson. And no man knew the reason why he was so strong, but his strength was in his locks. And who came and was able to find out where his strength lied? Good old Delilah.
She beguiled him with her feminine wiles.
Her beauty and why he sleep. And I told you that he was asleep because she probably put that thing on him, knocked him out, and cut his hair and took his strength. Oh, that would never happen to me. It happened to the strongest man in the Bible.
They really like to stretch to give credit to the box. I mean, don't get me wrong. It could have been the box. She was an assassin that got close to him. I mean, she could have been a servant, a maid, or anything, but they're like, no, it's the box. But once again, this is an example of the destructive power of it. One that they champion. The last example that they gave was an example of the destructive power of the box. See, what they champion, look at Lucky smiling. What they champion is I have the ability to destroy black men. And we see the results of this. And then when black men leave this destructive bitch, they're like, no, come back, save your community. Like, what community? You just destroyed. That's like Helen. That's like Helen telling Paris to come back to Troy. Or worse, I'm gonna play this out.
He over there beating up beast 8 times bigger than him. And it took a beautiful woman of seduction to get him. But ain't no power in there? Okay. Do I need to go on?
The men in the chat are saying that it wouldn't happen to them. That's it. Now, apparently they cut his hair and, and he was weakened as a result of that. Now, the takeaway of this would be stay away from bitches like that and grow your hair again. What she is saying when she say save your community is I want you to grow your hair again, get strong again, and then come back to me so I can cut it again. Leverage. And also, Delilah would be an example of a woman who prefers her man weak. And yeah, they did use a black woman for that. You prefer your man weak. Men that want to be strong tend to go elsewhere. Just saying.
Who's that, TJ?
Bathsheba.
Although David was a good king.
Yeah.
There came a time when he did not choose to follow the Lord. That was his first mistake. Okay. When he looked across from the roof of his palace, he saw a beautiful woman, Bathsheba, bathing. Looking at her, she bathing. You know how you look when you bathe? Naked. What was on his mind? Oh, I bet she got some good gravy in the kitchen. Oh, I bet she know how to turn up a roast and can cut up them. No.
Maybe he had community on the mind.
She was naked, bathing, and he over there staring at her, lusting. This led David to commit adultery with Bathsheba. When Bathsheba became pregnant, David arranged to have her husband murdered so that he could marry her. What? A woman? The king of David?
Once again, champion the power of destruction.
David, an amazing king, and saw a woman naked and decided to murk her husband so he could be with her?
Well, maybe she's not really attuned to these historical figures, particularly as it relates to the Bible, because I'm not sure that she is a spiritual person. I think she's made reference that she's not religious, so maybe she's not familiar with that.
It doesn't matter whether a person is religious or not. I mean, these accounts are made as a warning. Thank you for becoming a channel member, Dr. Thunder. I think you're in here already in purple because you was a channel member before. And yeah, so I'll change that. I'll change that and put you back in the red. Greatly appreciate you, brother. All right. But yeah, I don't want to say about this. Oh, religion. It doesn't really matter because guess what? These stories aren't really real. And this isn't because I'm anti-theist or anything like that, or anti-Protestant or any Abrahamic religion. It's not about that. It's really more, these stories are cautionary tales that are placed in the Bible. They're cautionary tales. You're supposed to, as men, learn from this. Each of these biblical stories is to teach men and boys not to do. Okay, think about fairy tales, for example. They always have a lesson. They have a lesson in order to, let's say, direct society's behavior. For example, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Lesson there? Stay your little ass off that wall. Don't sit on that wall or else they won't be able to put your ass back together again. Snow White. Snow White. If you are the fairest of them all, don't listen to ugly ass bitches. Old ugly bitches. They don't have your best interests at heart. Don't take their food, don't take their apples, don't take crap from them. They old and they jealous. They used to be the fairest in the land, now they not. The evil queen is faded and Snow White is hot. There's a lesson in it. It doesn't have to be true. It's all about the lesson. And the lessons from the 7 dwarves is stop being a friend zone. If you are a dwarf, if you are a short nigga, and a dime comes your way expecting this, and this, and not putting out to any of you 7 motherfuckers, kick her ass out. She didn't give none of them shit. She just frolicking around and the dwarves is just waiting on her hand and foot. No, do better. Fucking dwarves. That's why y'all 7 of y'all living together. One of them is a doctor and he still didn't get no play. Listen. Actually, y'all know that. Don't be dwarves. That's the moral of that story. Don't be a dwarf.
Well, I don't know. But what I do know is that in history, biblically,
they call this history. This is cautionary tales. This is basically a tale to say the moral of this is don't commit adultery.
we can go back and tell you the power that women have of the seduction because they understood men wanted them physically, biblically. And they used that sexuality to get what they wanted. And it worked. And it always worked. And was this mean these men were weak? They had a weakness like we all do. I can be as strong.
Okay, so this is poor leadership. His actions caused all of his sons to die. Now, as a result of this, his leadership, his dynasty ends. This is the type of shit that you encourage.
Strong as an ox right now, so powerful. But if you bring some peanut M&Ms my way, I'm tearing it back up. That's my weakness. Tearing it up. I'm trying to look down now.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward. Peanut M&Ms is nasty.
Comes to them M&Ms because most eat and so like his
Power or goes to like number the.
he should have got shit on you.
Men.
Those kind of men with the
And
Out human. He'll say, "Okay, I'll be right there."
let me tell you,
Oh, wait a
you
minute. Something was
Picture
said. Hold
having
on.
to argue. If we're
no,
talking, I think I'm not sure if people are just putting things in the chat just on the strength of just to put things on there. But again, IQ has nothing to do with it. We're
no.
talking about human nature because just about the men that we were just talking about just now, it one could assume that they have above average IQs. It is about human nature.
It's
And
about
again,
being. I don't go ahead, TJ.
I don't understand why, again, some people just want to argue on the strength of arguing because, I have influence over Mr. Randolph. I know this. Like you said, we talked about it earlier. I can say, "Hey babe, I've cooked you this dinner is waiting for you when you get home." And he said, "Okay, well, I'm not sure I can get there. It's gonna be a while to get there." But if I send him a picture,
What? What?
he'll say, "Okay, I'll be right there."
Remember when she said she never used her power for evil or for personal gain? I choose to use it for good. You choose to use it to get your husband to, I don't know, break the speed limit, to get to your box quicker. And that's what they hope for you, fellas. They hope to keep you thirsty so one day you will be expediently driving home with hopes of getting 50-plus-year-old box. That is your life. Community, right? Save this community. Now, Trill called these guys dumbasses. Trill called these guys weak. They're easily manipulated. Who is he describing when you just said what you said about how you manipulated your husband? You are a great leader. I am a great leader. I want you to come home right now. I must come home right now.
Let me tell you, you. But sometimes we have these conversations with women that not even just saying is married, but don't have a man. If I right now text my man with nothing on, I need you over here right now. What you think I'm gonna get or the response? No, baby, you good. I know. Or oh shit, okay, I'm on my way.
Trill just described these men as weak, dumb, etc., etc., etc. And you are just now admitting that this is what your man do. He gets a picture. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Yes, yes, yeah.
The fantasy is even more expensive than the actual influence as well. So even sending a picture or just a thought, the imagination will run a man wild in itself. That's why you have men willing to do crazy things just because they have had sex with you in their mind. They haven't even touched you yet. You know what I'm saying? So that's actually a bigger thing. That's why strippers and stuff like that are so successful.
And she's talking. So basically, now they're just exchanging notes on how to manipulate weak men. See, here's the thing. And I'm not even like upset that they're being women. But understand that Black women have a vested interest in Black men remaining weak. I repeat, they have a vested interest in Black men remaining weak. If the Black men are weak, then the community is weak. But they don't care about that. They don't care about strengthening the community. They don't. And once again, this only works on thirsty men. This only works on a man with no other options. It's not going to work on that guy. Would it have worked on Martin Luther King? If they had picture messaging back then, would it have worked on Martin Luther King? Coretta Scott King sends him a picture of her box. Martin Luther King replies with a picture of his dick in a white woman's box. And the caption would read, "I said I'll be there when I'm finished." Just saying. It only works on the thirsty.
What I said it for Alan Roderick, the possibility of sex could even be, like you said, even more powerful. Because, and even speaking about that and leveraging the possibility, meaning that men are going to, and this is going with dating, men are going to be a certain type of way to try to get you. Just is what it is. They're not going to, a majority of men are not going to go up front, yeah, I just want to hit and quit, baby. That's might be what they're thinking, but they go sell you the fantasy that you want. They gonna tell you what they know that you want to hear, because they want that possibility to be reality. And then once it becomes reality, then you realize you just got pumped and dumped, and now you sad because you didn't know how to leverage your box.
No, you got pumped and dumped because that's all you got is a box. If all you have is a box, then why are you upset that that is all men want from you? It's all you got. Now, men with options go to the next box, hence the pump and dump. You're only going to leverage thirsty men. I repeat, you're only going to leverage thirsty men. Men that Trill call weak, dumb, etc., etc., etc. And according to you two, that's exactly what you're doing right now. I give him a picture of my box and he just put he just mashed on the gas. Like, ma'am, I'm sorry to inform you that your husband, for whatever reason, was speeding and he got into a head-on collision with a Mack truck. I don't know exactly what caused the distraction, but the last picture on his phone seems to be of your box. And you crying at the funeral, he was such a great leader. He was such a great leader. He was such a great leader.
However, with discernment, and people like to throw that word around, but again, if you're not coming from a spiritual basis, then you don't have discernment because discernment comes from God. But with that discernment, you realize
Discernment comes from God.
then you begin to understand what man is really wanting to be with you or what man really wants to use you. And one factor is preserving your vagina.
Are you preserving it? You're not married, but you take pictures of it to get your boyfriend home quicker. Okay, let's be clear. She's not preserving shit. 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 Unless she's in one of these, Megan Good style, wait for marriage type relationships, which she is not. But let's just say she is. Actually, not. I can't even say that. If she is in a sexual relationship with her boyfriend right now, then what she's doing is she's convincing other women to leverage their box, so to speak, so she can be the only one that is offering this dude box. Once again, they deal in scarcity, convincing younger, hotter, sexier, childless women to not share their box will give her a monopoly on her boyfriend's dick. So when he gets that picture, he could say, "Oh, wow, I haven't seen one of these in a while." And then he puts the pedal to the metal. Instead of for, like most men should, say something like, whatever it was I was doing, I give that greater priority than instant gratification. I will continue with what I'm doing, absent your distractions. Thank you and goodbye.
No, I'm not gonna give it to old Tom, Dick, and Harry because he fine. No, I'll.
Or Tom with a hairy dick. Just saying. Oh, hold on.
Want a good solid relationship. So therefore, I'm not just gonna give it up willy-nilly to him. And I don't care. Men say, "Oh, I've been on with a woman on the first date and she hit it and we married." It's always outliers.
Oh, and by the way, let's give the benefit of the doubt and say that they are waiting for marriage. That would really say something about the thirst level. Just saying.
But if you out there wanting to be in a relationship, the one thing that I think I would say, and maybe TJ or Lucky you would say, is that then you need to treat yourself like you have value, and there is value in your body, because your body is powerful, and that man is going to treat you the way that you treat yourself. And if you understand that power that you have, then you can also use that to leverage to see if that man.
Men are gonna treat you Like you treat yourself? I don't tie myself up, choke myself, and smack myself on the ass. What the fuck? I don't get on my knees and suck my own dick. What do you mean I'm gonna treat you like I treat like what the fuck? Wait, you say how he treats himself? Wait, what? Do you do that? Do you suck your own dick? Like, what do you mean I'm gonna treat you like I treat myself? No, I'm going to treat you in the best way that pleases me. Do you pull your own hair? What the hell?
Really wants to be with you or not. I know particular men that liked a woman, but she gave it up so fast and then was like, kind of turned me off.
You don't know shit like that. That did not happen. Who does that? Who does that? I mean, granted, I do that with women I don't like.
Because I already had it. And that's the reality.
The thing about ideal is
Oh my God, we have one. Oh, we have a person here. So you agree it happens then? What it? I just like. She said that you do it to women you like. Listen. I am attracted to Kelly Stamps. I don't become less attracted to her because she let me hit it soon. I repeat, I don't become less attracted to her because she let me hit it soon. I continue to hit it. Sex is rarely trash, Lion. It is rarely trash. But yes, I have had trash to no fault of the woman. Her anatomy did not match mine. Let's be clear. And she's married now. Actually, this happened 3 times, but she's married now. One of whom I kept track of, and she was married. So hey, that's her anatomy matched somebody else's. It's rare, but some of them are just some women just something happened. But that's rare. Most of the time, it's decent enough.
that the likelihood of us ever seeing that type of society is very low. So because of that being the case and the way society is the way it is, because again, the statement security boss is claiming that, or not claiming that I made, is saying that I made is of the society that we are living.
Okay, let me respond to this. My wife gave it up to me 2 weeks. When we were in college. Here we are, 23 years later, still together. Now, would that have changed if it was 2 days? No, because we're not stupid. See, they're projecting because they think like that. Like, I liked him, but he called me too soon. What? They go off of stupid crap like that. If we see quality in you, we pursue that quality.
In. And the fact is that in that society, because they're able to influence so many, the majority of men. So now
Okay.
let's just look at it from a sheer numbers perspective. We have well, not all women, most women are on the same page, right? In terms of how women stick together, especially when it comes to against men. Let's call that what it is, right? You literally, that's why we talk about sister code and things of that nature, right? So you have the majority of women sticking together, and then those women are able to influence majority of men, just like you just confirmed, right? So now they have all women and majority of men. So from a sheer numbers perspective, they wield the power in society. Now you're talking about ideal. Again, that's a separate conversation. I'm talking about reality. I don't speak in ideals.
So,
I speak in what is.
so
And
if
what
we're not,
is that
Okay, I'll move past this because the question was, I don't want to get into that. I already went down that rabbit hole. All right, so let me fast forward. Was it here? Yeah, I think it was here.
Over, but I don't have a critique or anything to say.
One, two, three, four, five. Here we go. Okay.
He is, how much of a like a very logical thinker he is. Like even older cats are able to look and be like, damn, like I can learn a lot from Buddy. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I call him my little big homie. He don't know that, but that's what I call him. You know what I'm saying? In my head, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, nah, I guarantee that has helped his relationship beyond us.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. He said I was up there because I come up later. I'm not gonna play that here because it's long, but I do come up later. Y'all could check out her thing if you want. And he said that I'm there because I have a thing for Chantel. To which I respond, to which I replied, "You're here because you have a thing for Courtney." But now, after listening to this, I think he's here because he has a thing for Trill. Listen again.
Effectively communicate.
Absolutely. Like I done been on plenty of panels with Trill, and that's one thing that I would say that I like about him the most, which he like little big homie, right? Like he's like 8
How big?
years younger than me, I think
Mhm.
8 or 9 years younger than me. But because of how much of an effective communicator he is, how much of a like a very logical thinker he is, like even older cats are able to look and be like, damn, like I can learn a lot from Buddy. You know what
Well, all right. Okay. Hit the like button.
I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I call him my little big homie. He don't know that, but that's what I call him. You know what I'm saying? In my head, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, nah, I guarantee that has helped his relationship beyond us even understanding is his ability to communicate.
Yeah. So the thing that we're talking about is that the power of the box, the power of the PUSSY. And what we've been saying is really mimicking everything that Trill honestly said because we're going over, but I don't have a critique or anything to say, nah, I'm not, I don't agree with this. But I want your opinion. Is there power in the
Absolutely. Like
pussy?
there's absolute
Okay. So once again, my argument and Chantel's argument isn't that if it's power or not. They keep going there like that's the question at hand. The question is, should we be teaching people to leverage it in a destructive manner? That is the real argument here. But Memphis. My bad, Mr. Shane Vicious. All right, it says the best example of a leader allowing a woman to control him would be Tsar Nicholas II. He was totally henpecked, and we knew how that story ended. Yeah, guys like that do not make good leaders.
power in the P. You know what I'm saying? Are we allowed to
Mhm.
say pussy?
I said it a couple times.
I ain't gonna go overboard.
Oh, yeah, I told people, I said this is an adult conversation.
Yeah, yeah,
And so we're going to be speaking on some adult things. So I preference that at the beginning of the show.
absolutely. So, yeah, no, there's definitely some power in the P. You know what I mean? I think women. I think women don't value their power, or they think that their power is in other things. Um,
Mhm.
they throw it around, they sling it around like it's a napkin at Chick-fil-A. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. That's not how you use your power, right? You have to be.
I don't think I ever slung a napkin around Chick-fil-A. But I'm not ghetto. Now, for whatever reason, apparently you dealing people that sling napkins around Chick-fil-A. They go to Chick-fil-A and get some chicken, some fried chicken, and then they start slinging napkins. Hey, it's not my thing, but do you and yours. Sling your Chick-fil-A napkin, sir.
Be strategic, and you have to be very tactical about this stuff, right? So even when it comes down to vetting the guy you want to spend the rest of your life with, right?
Mhm.
We have to be very tactical and we have to be very strategic about that, right? I don't think you should just go, oh, he might be the one, girl. Let me just throw some cat at him.
Yeah.
That's not gonna cut it, ladies.
That's not the alternative. There is a balance. You don't use it to control a man, but that doesn't mean that you give it to him willy-nilly. Come on now. Let's not be retarded.
And I think that up until this point has failed a lot of y'all.
Mhm.
When it comes to me and my household, like what I text you earlier when you sent me the link
Mhm.
and I asked you, well, what time? What did I say? You said now, what did I say?
You told me to hold the fuck up. No, Missy, what did you
No,
say?
no,
You
no.
said, oh, now I said, oh shit, I'm in the mall. You was in the mall.
What you think I was in the mall doing?
Well, you said in the chat you bought us some stuff. what did you buy her?
Now you know it's only certain things
Oh,
going in this
look,
size bag here. Okay, it's only certain shit going in this size bag, right?
Hercules, Hercules, Hercules.
She's going to cut his hair. I find it ironic that they talk about the mythical strong man opposite Samson who wasn't controlled by the box. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. How come you're not like Samson, Samson, Samson? Oh, because he was controlled by the box and he was weakened and his story is tragic. Oh, his story is tragic. That's why. Because yeah. Did Hercules come running when he's seeing like visions of a box? Like, yes, you did well. Yes. Hercules, Hercules, Louis Vuitton, Hercules. I have taught you well. There's nothing wrong with a man giving his wife a gift. Everybody knows I've given a gift or two. But this, when we're talking about leveraging pussy, how women leverage pussy over men, and you display the bag in that context, that is a whole nother level. You basically just got finished saying, oh, yes, pussy is powerful. And then you showed the receipt of the power that your wife's pussy have over you. and look at the look at their face as they cheerlead your wife's pussy. Wow. Just wow.
Hercules.
Oh my bad, she got another Hercules out here. Let me hear how many Herculeses that was.
What did you buy her?
Now you know it's only certain things
Oh,
going in this
look.
size bag here. Okay, it's only certain shit going in this side bag, right?
Hercules, 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 Hercules.
Four. It was four of them. It was four Herculeses.
But listen, a lot of y'all are expecting to get this off the rip. Like me and my wife have years behind this thing, right? And over a decade being together, right? Like her pee has some power.
Oh my God. Clipping it. Clipping it. Hold on. 251. 18. Clipping it. That's you. Her pee have some power. Oh gosh. The precious. I swear on the precious. On the precious.
And not to get too reckless with the conversation or anything like that, but when we talk about what I have in my household as far as peace goes, like just being able to be Quest, be like the provider, the protector of this household, and her letting me lead, her letting me go out there and not even let me, just being respectful of who it is that I'm supposed to be in this relationship.
Now, it would be one thing if you said that that was what you was rewarding, because I would agree with that. But nope, you said her pee has power, and you showed the bag as a receipt.
Right? Like it is inherent in me that I have to be able to provide, that I have to go out here and continue to get the bag. I still have to go out here and get bringing additional resources to the household, find the next investment, be able to like communicate with this person and make this person a resource to me, a network here, and bro, like I'm able to have freedom of movement when it comes to that shit, man. And when I come home, guess what? The house is in order, intact. I ain't got to worry about shit. Like, all right.
Now, if you had said that, that is what you should be talking about. And you could throw the P in with that. But nope, you said that, the P has power over me.
Why is there paint coming off the walls? Why is there porridge hanging from the
Okay, he's crazy talking.
Okay, so on Fort Bragg itself, shout out to Fayetteville 911, like just crazy wild stuff. And I show up to some of these houses, I'm just like, oh, to me, they just regular in this household.
Right.
And that's not everybody. That Trill or myself, keep your comments to yourself. You know what I mean? But real people in this.
But like to kind of what Quest was talking about, the power of my P is able to, when my husband, because my husband's a truck driver, and he tells me, a lot of stuff. He says, I don't want to tell you all the things I say. P.
I'm gonna pause because I know you got the power to make that man stay at home, tired, back hurting. It just is what it is. So I thought that stream, thank you, security boss. I thought the stream, there was no confusion. There was nothing left, I thought, to be said. Been dry for years.
If ever.
And you that has no honest, especially coming from a married man that's been married for a while and considerably a type of man that has no problem getting women. Let's talk about that part. Because a lot of y'all are listening to men
Right.
that ain't been with a woman in years. And you have the audacity to think that
If
he knows
ever.
how to keep a woman, be with a woman, a good woman, and he's been dry for years.
Okay. Want to comment on that right quick. Right there, she's talking about shaming. She's basically saying that a man that's been dry for years cannot be an effective leader. However, she earlier stated that a man who can be controlled by the P is an effective leader. You see, this is why we talk about what was that word again? Help me out again. Um, the puppet leader, like what do you call that again? Y'all help me in the past, but whatever you call a puppet leader, y'all type it in the chat room. But um, so yeah, she's encouraging that guy. She's basically saying you are an ineffective leader if you've been dry for a certain amount of time. Figurehead, thank you. She's trying to create more figureheads. But this guy, he is an effective leader, because he follows the precious on the precious. Y'all see the bait and switch? Your rank is how much pussy they give you. Your rank amongst men is how much pussy they get you. They give you. We wouldn't even have a month of July if Julius Caesar didn't go without pussy while in battle. We wouldn't have the month of August if his predecessor didn't do the same. I mean, the month would still be there. It'll just be called something else. Actually, it would be called October, which makes more sense because, octo, 8. Anyway, see where I'm going with this? See the manipulation that's going on?
If ever.
If ever. But then Trill, a man that can get with.
Now, notice how Trill also said that you're dumb if you allow yourself to be controlled by it. But if you and then he talked about men who don't use it to dissuade them from their purpose. Now, men in these situations often find themselves absent, or they get very little. And even when the opportunity presents themselves, they don't come a running because they get a picture or a text message like that. They like, something? Yeah, this is a nice picture, but I have I have another goal in mind. We can do this later. And then they turn around and attempt to shame those type of men. And that's the community that we live in. Women shaming men to be controlled by the box, and they champion men who are. You're not an effective leader if you maintain dick discipline. You are an effective leader if you allow the box to control you.
Women still probably to this day telling what that man DMs look like, and he's married. However, attractive, smart, on his grind. And he's over there telling you, look, it is power. I'm gonna tell you what it is. But however, fellas, that shouldn't be the only thing. But since it is, this is what needs to be done. Reality. But they want to listen to people that ain't seen a woman so since a woman seen him. And seen a vagina since he popped out of it from his mama. But these are this is your king. Okay.
Once again, our king should be Samson, right? He was a king. Our king should be David. He was a king. Our prince should be Paris. You see, all the kings and princes that you presented were destroyed by the box. But you shame men with self discipline. Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
There was a song, TJ, back in the day. That's what I wanted to name the stream, but YouTube is playing with the girls. So, all what I tell you, all my videos now is getting restricted, and that's fine. They don't like what I say, and I guess I don't know. That's fine. Usually I say something. If I say transgender, they gon' bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yeah,
it is what it is. But there was a song back in the day by Jay-Z and R. Kelly.
Why are you going to mention somebody else who had tragic dealings with boxes? Okay, enough of this foolishness. Oh, no. There's some more. I forgot.
You know what that song was called? The Power of the Pussy. They made a song about it.
Really?
They made a song about it. These are the lyrics.
By the way, these are the women. These are the women in your community. These are the women. These are the women you should save. Save your community, black man. Save a community full of women who freely says pussy and exalts it as a means of leveraging and controlling you. That is what you should say. Look at how excited she is to hear. This song is old as fuck and it's still after her time. It's still after her time. This song came out like in the early 2000s and she was old as shit then. Dang.
Devin the dude, shout out Texas. I see you, Houston. He came on the intro of the song Power of the Pussy. He said the P word is a whole different aspect of life. Wars done started from country to country over their woman. The P word is one of the most powerful things in this world. And a lot of people don't understand how powerful the P is. P making brothers blow their head off and B's brains out. True. Little.
Still more destruction. This is the community that you want to save. A bunch of women excited that they can get a man's head blown off with their pussy.
Graphic, but it's true. The P word make people do things they never thought they. Here comes Jay-Z. Power of the Pussy. That's why every MF in the world dressed fly. Every baller that can't afford it, they cop the best ride for the power of the Pussy. Let's have some fun. The power of the Pussy. That's why every ninja get their hair cut, try to dress fly. Every baller that can't afford it, they cop the best ride. The power of the Pussy. The power.
You're a community, fellas. You're a community.
What you think? Why you think men getting beards?
And this is why I had to get on Bernard. Y'all remember that day I had to go up and check Bernard on some beard shit? This is why. This is what y'all like, oh, game changer tripping. Why you like, why you tripping on Bernard having a beard? It's shit like this. Is it, shout out to Bernard Riley. It's shit like this. Men have beards for my pussy. Is essentially what she's saying. And Bernard's walking around with a beard.
Well, they can't afford it. They cop the best ride. The power of the PUSSY. The power.
Why is she snapping?
Why you think men getting beards?
Bernard got a beard. He got a beard for the power of the PUSSY. He sacrificed a clean-shaven face to the altar of pussy. Now, I can only do a semi-goatee and thick sideburns. But if I could, I wouldn't.
Why men getting beards? Because of them? No. Because they
women
think
like it.
women want it. It's going to make them more attractive. So now every man got a beard.
Not every man.
Why do
You
men
ain't
want
got to like it for it to
nice
be right.
cars?
Yeah.
Do men want these nice cars to fly and to be cool around their homeboys? No. They know those cars is going to give them access to what? The PUSSY.
And there you have it. You see, here's the thing. These are very black man specific examples. These are things that black men do in an overabundance. Why? Because black men from the United States of America that are descendants from slave is the thirstiest man alive. Stay thirsty, my friends. I repeat, black men from the US of A. Hold on. Somebody said GC looked like a Yay Area porn star. Shit, if a video gets leaked, I am a Yay Area porn star. Yeah. All right.
But it ain't powerful.
You don't have to like it for it to be true.
Now, again, I don't see any the confusion. The security boss Trill.
So basically, what they're saying is because poor spending and things like that, they're essentially saying that the pussy has the power to turn black men into niggas. And what they're suggesting is that it be wielded in that way. Vagina controls weak men. Got it. Exactly. And that's what I see when I see a beard. All you bearded ninjas, yeah, you Bernard. That's why I was like, hey, you got a beard? I didn't even notice you had a beard. You got a beard? Yeah, he still got it. He ain't shaved that. I'm shaving. I hear that? Yeah, that's shaving. You got all.
They said what they said.
And yeah.
But then there was another stream. And I was like, why are we doing streams off this? But it was a few that I've seen chopped up. So I want to go over there. I'll go over that stream. Is you ready?
Let's go.
Damn it.
Of still men being ahead, women's roles.
Are you out of order as a wife to influence your man to do something he normally wouldn't do?
No, because normally he wouldn't want to buy this pool, but he knows that I want it.
Normally he wouldn't buy this pool, but he know that I want it. Normally he wouldn't buy this pool, but he know that I want it. These women aren't using the power of the PUSSY to build Wakanda or even Zamunda. Nope. They're using it to get themselves a pool and to make their husband move from point A to point B. Oh, no. Oh no, man. Yes'm. I be spry. For that PUSSY. Yes'm. Mm-hmm. You want a pool? Well, I can't be thirsty if there's a pool there, can I? Well, all right. There's a pool for the water, and I'm never thirsty again. Yes'm. Uh-huh. He didn't want to buy me.
Hello,
They are encouraging. Who said hello?
TJ.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go to Freedman's Journal first, and then I'll go to you.
Mm-hmm.
Freedman's Journal, what's on your mind, brother? You got to...
Hello. So, just one point I was thinking is it ever okay to like leverage femininity or leverage cooperation?
It shouldn't be leverage. It should just be what a woman is. A man sees that value and he wants to preserve it. See, leverage has an implication of control.
Exactly.
And men should not want to be controlled, nor should they embrace it. That's the thing.
Yeah, just the word leverage in and of itself indicates power and authority. Right?
Exactly.
That's what you use leverage for. And the thing is confusing is it, well, I said it earlier, it's like the cultural programming is so deep that just acknowledging or they're oblivious, right, to how leverage is perceived. Right? Just how that word is perceived, leverage and power. You know what I mean? It's like it is so off-putting to the men that they would want to, quote unquote, build the community.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those men are repelled from that. There is no way that someone's just going to sign up for the idea that they're going to get leveraged. Like, nah.
Exactly.
Not doing it.
Exactly. And also for something as base as sex. Like that's what's worse. It only works on sexless people. It only works on people absent in abundance of vagina. That's it. So they have to maintain this scarcity in men. That's why you have the one chick who got together with her husband like at 51, which means that he was in the situation that Courtney was describing. At 50, I haven't got excited from a picture of titties since
Are you talking about me?
Huh?
You must be talking about me because I met my husband at 51.
Oh, that's you. You're the woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the woman here.
I'm that chick. I sure am.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a level of accumulated thirst that you are aware of. that you've seen in your husband, and you leverage that into getting the stuff that you wanted. A wedding ring, a car. I heard you mention a car in this video, and a pool. You are leveraging this guy and to be spry as he comes home. So because he sees you say you're 55, he sees your 55 with JJ in a picture and he rushes home to it. See, this does not happen when men have an abundance of it. It doesn't. It only hold on, what's that noise?
I'm laughing. I'm laughing.
Okay. It only works when there is a scarcity of it. And my point is that the women in our community, including yourself and like yourself, work to keep the men weak so they can be easily controlled by base for JJ. Your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm laughing because again, I realize in these spaces you can only glean what you want to glean. So to be perfectly clear, my husband, that's what made me different, by his own words, because he has had an abundance and he had access to an abundance and he didn't want it thrown at him. And that's what made me different, because I wasn't throwing that at him like a lot of women. So that is, again, those were his words, not mine.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So your husband has been an adult prior to meeting you. He's been an adult for what, like 30 something years?
Well, he was married prior to me.
Okay, so why did that end? I'm curious.
They were divorced after 20 plus years.
Yeah, I know. Like, why did they get a divorce?
I'm not going to share. Well, she cheated on him.
Okay, fair enough. Did she leverage the box prior to?
I don't know anything about their relationship, and that is not my concern. My concern is my relationship with him.
Okay, so 20 years, and then after that, he had the box thrown at him, and he wound up with the one that wasn't.
Yeah, because he has a certain standard, and I appreciate that, and as does he.
Okay, fair enough.
And again, even through the course of his life, based by virtue of the fact of what he does for a living, there's a reputation that goes along with his line of work. So again,
he's a truck driver, right?
Correct.
What's the reputation?
That they are philanderers.
Okay.
So
I didn't know that.
Well, I didn't either. When I started dating him, people started telling me that, so I didn't know that either. But and my husband's an attractive man, always has been an attractive man. So that was not an issue for him. But the point I want to make is this: at no point did I ever suggest all I had to offer my husband was my box.
Did you state other things that you offered him?
Oh, absolutely. But again, people
such as?
Okay. Like I put in your chat, within our first few months of dating, I bought him a new suit because I saw that he needed one because he had lost a lot of weight.
No, ma'am. What I mean is, like, on the show, did you state anything else that you offered your husband but your box?
Absolutely.
Because
I talked about the peace that he gets when he comes home.
No, you talked about the release. You said that, he has a stressful life being a truck driver.
Of course he does.
And you use your box to alleviate that stress.
But
here's the thing. What I'm getting at is, ma'am, is that your primary offering to your husband and everything that he does and everything that you get out of him that you normally wouldn't get, you attribute that to your box.
I do not.
And
you did.
No, you did on the show.
No, I didn't attribute that to my box.
Yes, you did. You just said my box. He didn't want to get a pool, but my box. And now there's a pool.
Well, because first of all, my husband doesn't.
And then you say, okay, and then you say, I wanted him to come home, so I showed him a box. I wanted a car, and I showed him a box. You are not saying. Yes, you did.
Okay, you know what?
You said that you sent him a picture, and he was like, "I'm on my way."
I said, "If I would."
Oh.
And it was. Hold up. Let me go ahead and back it up right now, because I see you're trying to put words in my mouth, and I'm just not going to go for that. So the truth of the matter is, the point that Creel was making, would a woman make a man, have a man do the influence that a man, the influence that a woman has a man doing things he would normally do.
Mhm.
And since I used the example of my pool, I'm gonna go ahead and elaborate on it.
Go for it.
I have lived in Texas for 10 years. And of the 10 years I've been here, 7 of them, I've had a home with a pool. So when we bought this house, the only thing this house didn't have was a pool.
Mhm.
I said, I need a pool. And the reason why I need a pool is not just for me, because that is where our family convenes. That's where we have memories. That's where we've made memories with our kids and our grandkids for the past several years. So yes, I want a pool. Not just for me, and not just because I'm giving him my pussy. I wanted a pool. But again, if that's all I was giving him, no, that wouldn't be enough to have him buy me my pool.
What I'm saying is that you attributed your pool to it. In the context of talking about the box, you said that you received a pool from it. You said it right after they were talking, the two of you were talking and laughing about the Jay-Z and R. Kelly song, The Power of the Pussy. And then you gave an example of the power of your Pussy to get a pool dug. Also, that's what I'm saying. You know, the emphasis isn't on other women's virtues. It's only on the box.
And your chat is very disrespectful, but I'll go ahead and receive that. You know, I'll be a bitch if that's what you want me to be.
Wait. Don't go there. Did I not spend 5 hours on Courtney Michelle's with the most disrespectful people imaginable? One dude even said he'd dominate me for whatever strange ass reason. And you said something about Chantel's titties in my mouth. So no. Okay. So miss me with the whole your chat's disrespectful. Miss me with that. Come on.
Well, I said it, and that's what I meant. But you're right. I'll receive it. I can take it as good as I can give it.
Okay, good. And I wouldn't mind taking some titties in my mouth. I don't mind that. That was a. I didn't understand that insult.
Threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
You know, but the point of the matter is, I know I also said in the conversation that it is all encompassing. It is not just that. It is femininity, and femininity and sexuality are tied to one another. I know I said that as well. Now, you may have not highlighted that, but I did say that. And I also stated that, to concur with what Quest was talking about, providing a home, a place of peace for my husband, a place where he can relax, that I'm always thinking of him.
Okay.
And I also said that.
This is
thinking of him.
This is a backpedal. This is a backpedal. Y'all was there just on some Hercules.
Absolutely.
And you was on some, my pussy got me this, my pussy got me that, my pussy got me Louis, my pussy got me cat. Like y'all were up there just like pussy, like y'all on Boomerang. Like so miss me with this whole, oh no, now it's about femininity and this and this.
But
That's
again,
cap.
I never
that is
said
cap.
I never said that it's all that a woman should offer. And I also said that when we talk about the idea of leverage, even in what I found very interesting is the fact that what even Trill stated is that when you leverage, it's not just to give it away randomly. And that's what he was talking about.
No, I agree that a woman shouldn't give it away randomly.
Oh, no.
But right quick. Hold up, brother. But not as a strategy. Not as a strategy. If a woman isn't giving it up because of, belief system virtues, or she's just trying to preserve quality or something like that, that's one thing. If she's doing that in order to create scarcity and hence falsify the value of it, that is a whole different thing. That is a whole different thing because it speaks to the mindset of the woman. If a woman told me, that, and I had women tell me this. I had a woman who was 27 years old, and this was a long time ago. I think I was like 30. And she told me that, she's saving herself for marriage. And we was at IHOP and I never called her back. I am not waiting for that shit. But that is me, and I respected her for doing it. Now, if a chick was to tell me that, oh no, I got 3 kids, but I'm gonna leverage your ass, then I'm gonna say, oh no, that's not gonna happen. You gonna give me it or I'm gone.
Well, and again, I know I also said it in that conversation. The issue is using, it's influence. And I also stated using the influence for good. And that means for the right reasons.
You
There is
stated
no
it,
such
but
thing
then,
as
but
using
then,
influence vagina for good.
Okay,
well,
hold up.
right quick.
Listen, I understand influence. Let me go. I've been a military leader for over 20 years. I know what influence is, and I do know what I'm talking about. It means to use it for good, not to manipulate. So please don't tell me what I don't know what I'm talking about. I do. I know what leadership is, and I know what influence is.
Your examples, and the one that you clapped to wasn't for good. It was for free. It was for free luxury items.
It was for his wife.
It was for luxury items.
Well, here, I got a simple question. Since they're leveraging it for good, let me ask this question. How many American black women are using it to quote unquote leverage it for good?
Not a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, sexual attraction, using sexual attraction for anything is witchcraft. There is no good outcome for that. Zero.
And what I mean by good in the sense of not, I mean, in the sense of like withholding. How you doing? Using it for manipulation, withholding sex, and all. See, again, I understand it's easy to take a clip and make it what you want, make a clip for what you want to. But again, I have too much content of myself talking about what to do and how to do it and why to do it and why not to do it.
How do you withhold sex for good?
No, I said that's not.
I mean,
that's not for good. That's manipulation.
Okay, so how do you use it for good, specifically?
By not withholding it, particularly from your husband or your man, because you don't feel like it, because you're not, because you're mad, because you're not in the mood, because those are the things. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, didn't hear that in the video though.
There's a lot of things you can hear in the video, but again, people hear what they want to hear.
I mean, it's like a 6-hour video, and the highlights was you talking about all the destruction the box has caused throughout history, championing it. You know, there was grinning and clapping with that, and finger snapping, grinning, clapping, and finger snapping. You know, like yeah, Troy fell. You know, did you know that the Greeks, you know, killed the men, enslaved the women, and took the babies and threw them off the walls of Troy? And you clapping, pussy. That's
I didn't clap for that. I was saying that the fact that we can't deny the fact that it has been that kingdoms have fallen.
Okay.
No one was applauding that.
Okay,
no, but you can't deny it either.
No, I'm not denying it. You know, I mean, I do deny that the reason was as simple as pussy, but I mean, but nevertheless, what you were championing and what was being championed was the power to destroy. And all I'm saying, and what Chantel was saying, is that it should not be used in that way, especially if you want to create a community. See, we already are in a destroyed community, and y'all clapping about how pussy is destroying it more. And y'all want us to stay behind for that? Y'all want us to come back?
Okay, no one was clapping how people wanted to destroy it more. We were acknowledging the fact that you can't deny that is an influence. But again, people they twist things the way they want to justify their own narrative, and that is fine.
No, I get it. The power that you were focused on, and this is why I used a hammer as an analogy, was the power to destroy. Like, if I had a hammer, I could destroy a house or I could build one. Now, if a person, when describing the power of a hammer, only mentions the destruction of it, then that is problematic. Then that means, especially if they come from a destroyed community, it means that they have been hammering for 55 years and they're encouraging the next generation to hammer some more. We cannot stay in a community like that. Yes, it does have power. It has the power to create a good Huxtable-style family, like your daughter did and is doing. And I would prefer that the suggestion be that it be used in that way, but it's not. It is not. It is suggested that, you know, I get a pool, I get a car, and I get a Louis bag, and that you get a beard, and that you get an expensive car, and that you get some nice shoes for me. That is also what I hear. We cannot build on that thinking.
But you also did not hear that one of the things I talked about is that influencing my husband to do something that he normally would not do, and I think Courtney mentioned it as well, is that when her mother influenced her stepfather to go get a health check for a colonoscopy because that's not something he would normally do. I said the same thing for my husband. That's part of the influence as well. It's not
Okay.
just about materialistic things. So we were talking about the influence in other ways for men that we love to influence them to do things that we would normally do. That is the power of all of it.
Okay.
That
Okay.
has
I'm
nothing
gonna
to
be
do
well.
with vagina.
Right quick for you, Journey. Okay. I want to say this. It does seem like Courtney Michelle's mother convinced her stepfather to not only become a stepfather, but to also have another man's fingers up his ass in order to get pussy that he already had. That's not a good.
You are really interesting, but okay, go ahead, go with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't that how I haven't had mine because, well, the reasons
You're
are
not old
obvious.
enough. Well, again, it's for health reasons, and that's ignorance on the part. But go ahead.
No,
you're thinking about a prostate exam, but anyway, a colonoscopy is when they put a miniature camera.
Is that better?
If you don't want to die from cancer, yeah.
Well, I don't want to die from a camera up my ass either. Okay, I get what you're saying, and I'm just joking about that. I'm just joking about all of it.
I understand.
Well,
Well,
no,
can I?
the truth of the matter is that yes, I would like a person that has reasonable suggestions for better health, and someone who's diligent in that regard. So I'm not really knocking that aspect of it. So I will give that to her, her mother. That is, I will give that to her. However, you shouldn't leverage
and give it to me as well, because I said with all the things I was talking about that my husband does for me, that's one of the things I do for him. So I think again, it is easy to take clips and spin a narrative if that's what you choose to do. No. But again, I am very clear. I am very clear, and again, I am very clear on the message that I give. I'm very clear on my channel. I'm very clear on the examples of my life I give to women about the mistakes I've made and how I had to learn. So again, if you can take that little clip and spin it, by all means do that. But I am clear as to what my mission is for my husband, for young women, to really learn from the things I did wrong as well as the things I did right, and to get the result that you want, even if it's later in life. But hopefully by listening to the things I got right later, you won't have to wait as long to be old as shit, like you said, at 51.
Okay.
So, GameChanger, if I may, she's already submitted to the point that not many American black women at this point in time are quote unquote leveraging for good, right? And in their show, they went down the biblical route, right? And I'm so happy that they did that with Samson and some of the other biblical references that they made, because in Genesis 24, Abraham sent his servant to find a wife for his son Isaac, because the women in the land in which he lived had become so wretched and had disobeyed the law. And he said, I don't want you to find a wife for my son amongst these Canaanite women. I want you to go to the land of my relatives and find a wife for him. And thus the passport bros were born. So they can say all they want about leverage, not leverage, this and that. Well, guess what? Men have leverage too. So you can have all the leverage you want, but if you don't use it correctly, it won't matter.
I agree 100%. And just so we're clear, I don't have a problem with passport bros. My thing is get love where you find it. It's always been that.
That's good.
But
I'm
sorry?
I was just saying that's something that you and Pablo agree on. That's good. But go for it.
Get love where you find it. My daughter, I'm glad that she married a black man in the United States, but her first love and first, love experience that a man treating her like that she should be treated was from a white man. And so I said, get love where you find it. So I have no problem with it. If that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, no, I'm happy for your daughter and her husband. It seems like it's a good match. What I'm saying is that, generally speaking, I don't think it's a good idea. I do think that there should be other feminine wiles that a woman uses other than leveraging box, and that's to do anything bad or good, like get a prostate exam or something like that. Or not a, you said colonoscopy. Either way, who wants to live in a situation where they are constantly earning something that they should by all rights own? Let's just put it out there. They should by all right own it, but instead they are leasing it, day by day, as long as they're well behaved. It's Scooby snack treatment. Now, yes, maybe Scooby do need to get some, dog balls and go into the haunted house. But come on now, just give them some snacks, for Christ's sakes. Just give him some snacks and find some other way to encourage him to have courage. Nobody wants to live like Scooby from day to day, constantly trying to earn something that he wedded. That's horrible. That's a horrible existence. And men are going to revolt against it. Hence why we're having this stream.
Well, I think on both sides, each party, and I'm speaking in the confines of relationships, each party continues to earn. What I mean by that is not take what they have for granted in the other. That is my opinion. That is my opinion. And with that, I strive daily to earn the love and adoration and respect for my husband. I never take it for granted.
How do you earn it? It seems like you just leverage box to get it.
No, come on. Quit playing with me. Quit twisting my words.
No. Everything you stated, good or bad, that you get from him seem to come from leveraging box. Like how?
No, it does. It does not.
Okay.
It does not, and I've said it repeatedly. It comes from, again, always thinking of him, anticipating his needs and wants, and making it clear and getting those things done for him, anticipating what he needs, anticipating what he wants, always putting his needs above mine, and by doing that, I get what I want.
Okay. So, and
that's the fact.
Do you anticipate it and give it to him, or do you just anticipate it and leverage it?
I anticipate it and give it to him.
Well, there you go. There you go. Then we agree that it's a bad thing to leverage it. It's a good thing to anticipate it and give me it. It's a bad thing to leverage it. Like, if I say, I want a sandwich, or you anticipate my need for a sandwich, and you're like, hey, I bet GameChanger want a sandwich right now, but I want him to have a camera up his butt. Don't leverage it. No, just give me the sandwich. That's all I'm saying. Don't like have a constant carrot that you dangle in front of your husband on some permanent death do us part quid pro quo. That's what I'm saying.
I think, and I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because if it didn't happen, we wouldn't have had these conversations kind of ongoing. But what I'm submitting, how this thing started, is what Trill was talking about, leverage to understand the power of what you have, and and what I mean by the power is it is precious. Don't just give it away willy-nilly. And what he was saying was to use it to understand if a guy is there because he really wants to be with you, or he just wants the box. So that is what I understood, and couldn't understand why that was such a difficult concept to grasp.
Well, the question was, how do you convince a guy to marry you? And the answer was by leveraging the box, not how you weed out nefarious guys. And keep in mind that,
but he explained it. He qualified it repeatedly. Come on now. We saw the same thing.
No, he qualified
leverage
it after
doesn't
the
mean
fact.
that. Leverage doesn't mean that. Like, words have meaning. Leverage doesn't mean what you said. And I think that's why that particular video was so confusing. Because leverage means power. It doesn't mean what he was describing was a filter, not power. So what I'm confused is why was the word leverage used? And that really goes back to intent. Like I don't get why you don't get why it's so confusing. I'm telling you why it's confusing, because you're using the word leverage. That is expressly used as a power dynamic, not cooperation, not femininity, not being a filter, right? It's saying, "Oh, the box powerful. Use the box. Use the leverage." I don't see how that is confusing.
Well, because again, like I said, he explained it. Now, if the person uses the wrong word, okay, they use the wrong word, but when they go on to explain it, it should be clear. And he explained it repeatedly.
It was explained, and I agree with the explanation. I'm not really tripping on what Trill was saying at this point, because he did, he explained himself after the fact. What I am stating is that women should not be, can we agree that women should not be using the box in this way? That's what I'm saying. Like, it obviously, through your own historical reference, or through Courtney's historical references, has caused more harm than good to use it in that particular way. Why continue to do so? Especially if you're trying to rebuild a community and not see it follow the path of Troy or Samson or David. We don't want any of these things to happen. So why would we continue to use the box this way, or mess with women who are using the box in this way? That's what I'm saying. So I don't agree with the general advice. Don't get me wrong. If a woman wants to protect her virtues, by all means do so. And it's up to a man to decide if that's what he wants from a woman or not. But I mean, to do it in a way that's leveraging, it means that you're really just working off scarcity. And that's really what this is about. Now let me ask you the question, and then we'll go to Huscular Muscular. Can Black women seduce men that are not desperate? Because the tactics that's being used are most effective on desperate men.
Okay, ask the question again. I'm sorry. Can black women do what now?
Seduce men that are not desperate.
They can try.
Okay, do you think that they are as effective as any other group?
No, I don't.
So would you suggest a change in tactics?
I would.
Okay.
I would suggest a change in tactics to understand that. Well, I'll put it like this: many women offer their box because they think that's all they have to offer. So I would submit that no, it's not working. And again, for women who really value themselves, they have to find out, okay, what's more to them than just that.
Exactly. So we are finally on the same page. Exactly. If Trill had said that in the beginning, he would have a new subscriber, a new Patreon, all that stuff. If he had said, listen, think outside your box, ladies. Think outside your box and determine, because I'm willing to bet that, that your daughter's husband is not talking about her box when somebody asks, what do you love most about her? So, and not to get too personal, but that's
thank
more
you.
of a
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
No, that's yeah. Thank you. It's a compliment. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I want more women to focus on that. It's like, listen, to me, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think, and we're gonna go to H&M. I promise. That's not it. It's not what you think it is. To me, as a man, it does not determine if I stay or if I go. If I'm not into a woman, and she gives it to me, then I'll take it and go. And if she don't give it to me, I won't take it and I go. It doesn't matter. There's other qualities that keep a man to stay, that makes a man stay. And it's not the box or the anticipation of the box.
Well, can I ask you this, though, if you don't mind, before you go to your next? Why do you think that many women think that is the answer, their box? Why do you think that is?
I think that's it's the thing that men most aggressively seek.
Okay.
From women. And I think that they're just misguided, from previous generations in that regard. But it does, I will say that the groups, that the cultures that believe that are the least married. But most of all, and this is where there's a real problem that requires real deep exploration. It's because they feel that it's all that they have. And it's scary to think that men are seeking a quality that they may not possess, or that other women possess at far greater quantities than them. Take black men, for example. We would like to think that all a woman wants is BBC because we got that, right? But no, what women want is actually a lot more complicated than that. And it does, and some of those things are things that some men don't have individually, and we do not culturally have an abundance. And we would have to reevaluate ourselves and actually meet a higher criteria that we're not prepared for. And then, and this is unfortunate also, especially for Black women. A lot of Black women, because they're told to focus on things that doesn't necessarily increase their sexual marketplace value, like education and things like that. They're told to focus on that, and they don't really get into the dating market seriously until later in life. And then they find that the thing that men most want, youth, beauty, and fertility, they don't have in abundance. So they say, oh no, they want box, and they tell themselves that in order to feel as if they have value, because that's the last remaining, I mean, of course there's other things like femininity, keeping in a great house, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they don't want to feel that they have to compete with younger women, who are capable of offering that and fertility. So it's complicated into why they feel that way. And it's definitely, I mean, like these are shows I would like to have. And that is where I would like the conversation, between Unsolicited Security Boss, Trill, and Chantel to go. That would have been a great direction. Like, hey, I'm curious, like, why do they feel that this is the case? But also, they listen to people who just tell them that, and they listen to songs like the Jay-Z and the R. Kelly song. They listen to stories like, okay, you and Courtney was on a video for 6 hours explaining how powerful the PUSSY is. So for Black women to leave with that conclusion is not far-fetched, right?
Well, I think if that's all they want to glean, but I think, again, during that 6-hour conversation, we also talked about examples that I've given on your show, too. So, again, to say that it's not just that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that. So, again, during the 6-hour stream we talk about the influence of that, again, guarding it, because it is influential, but guarding to preserve your own self-respect and dignity. But we also talked about it's more than just that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And again, if a person just looks at that one video, but Courtney has many of videos, as do I, about more than just that a man is looking for.
That's good. That's good.
And my daughter has been on my channel talking about that herself. Again, not just for someone who's old as shit, to coin your phrase, but also someone that's my daughter's age who's 28.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no, I mean,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. Salute to your daughter. I do want to see more young people get married. Start taking relationships seriously, like I should have when I was 28, and do as your daughter did. I want to see more of that. But this leveraging the box thing, like, come on now, that's not going to get us the healthy relationships that we seek. It's not even close. That's a power play, and that's going to cause a power struggle. And we have far too much of that between the genders in the Black community. But let me go to Huscular and Muscular right quick.
Yeah, and I'm going to go, but thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. And it ended a lot nicer than it started.
Yeah. No, I'm a nice person. I stood on Courtney's thing, right? I'm a nice person.
You did. So thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. My bad, H&M. What's on your mind, brother?
It's all right. How you doing, Game Changer?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Now, your question was, can men seduce men who are not desperate for their attention?
No, no, no. You
Or
are desperate. You talking prison talk now. Can black women seduce men that are not desperate?
prison talk? Seduce men that are not desperate? Well, they can try, but I'm gonna say if the man has more of an abundance mindset as opposed to a scarcity mindset, there's a good chance he's not going to fall completely into her trap. Because when you have an abundance mindset, you kind of keep your options open. You date multiple women to see what works and what doesn't, as opposed to that scarcity mindset where you're just going to take the first thing that comes near you because you believe that she's the only one for you. She's the only one that you're going to find. So we have an abundance mindset. You don't settle for less. So it's not going to be easy trying to seduce a man like that who's not desperate. And at the same time, he has an abundance mindset compared to a scarcity mindset where he's just going to take whatever comes his way because he sees he doesn't have anybody else to choose from. That's just my take on it. You can't really seduce someone. You can't really seduce someone that easily if they have this mindset of, well, you're just another woman on the stroll. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see where it goes. Compared to the dude that has little to no experience, where it's easy to get him in bed because he doesn't get that kind of attention often. So it's all about the mindset. So good luck trying to get a non-desperate, abundant mindset man in bed with you right away. That's my take on it.
Exactly. And, unfortunately, and this goes to what I was saying before, we obviously don't have an abundance mindset, largely because there isn't an abundance. But more to the fact is that there's some manipulation and control going on with it. Also, we're encouraged to want more than what's available to us, more than any other group. So, and when you see somebody like with a 300-pound woman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you see situations like this, it's how can I say? It's indicative of a scarcity mindset. Now, they may try to hide it by calling her thick or something like that, but the truth of the matter is, the nights started getting colder and colder and colder, and you needed something to keep her 3/4 of a bed warm. That is why you found yourself in that particular situation. So yeah. And Pablo brought up something interesting, and we're going to talk about this because this ties into what he was saying. But first, let me read the super chats, and then I'm about to go because I gave an extra hour for the panel, but then I'm about to go. A chick who isn't fucking is a waste of time. Well, it depends. It depends. I do give special consideration for certain women.
Yeah, it does depend because I don't know about you. I'm not expecting no poo-tang on the first date. Maybe the third or fourth date, but come on, depending on how deep, how much I care about her, what kind of woman she is. I'm not gonna say if she ain't fucking, she's a waste of time. Now, if it's been over a month or two and she ain't giving it up, okay, that's a problem. But that's just my take on that.
Well, no, I see. Here's the thing. I take it as a case-by-case basis, just as I would recommend that women do. It doesn't necessarily have to be marriage, but take it as a case-by-case basis. And, as adults, the two of you pretty much know when the time is right and when the moment is right. Now, that's just my way of saying I don't believe in putting numbers on it. Now, once it's clear that any rational adult would understand that the time is right for both of us at this point, and she still is playing leverage games, then at that point it becomes apparent that she's not a rational adult, and it's time to reconsider this thing.
Yeah.
So it says,
And plus, you have to consider: do you want to keep her around for the long run, or is it just going to be a pump and dump? Because I've been hearing men tell me personally that they're at the point where they're too scared to even let a chick have sex with them or have sex with a chick because there's a good chance she's going to catch feelings for that man, and we doesn't reciprocate said feelings. Oh, now she's on some creepy stalkish kind of stuff, trying to ruin his life and ruin his livelihood. So you got to watch out for that too. If she's not giving up that box right away, maybe that's for the better. Because if y'all do have sex and you don't, and you just move on to the next person, she may come after you in the long run. So you have to really vet that kind of situation out. I mean, seriously, I haven't smashed every chick I've been on a date with, but I've gotten some action from, you know, several of the female. But I don't smash every single woman that I go out on a date with, because I don't want them catching feelings for me and then feeling like, oh, we did take it to the next level, and I'm not trying to get on that level. So you got to watch out for that aspect too, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you gotta read the situations. I try not to go in with set rules. I don't do anything. You know, most of what I do, including these streams, are impromptu. So, you know, that's just the way I live.
And God forbid if you get her pregnant. Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, fortunately, that hasn't happened yet. But let me go to the next one. Oh no, let me read the Cardi B one. All right. So it says TJ is no different than Cardi B rapping about WAP. Okay, so from what we heard so far, I will say this. This is between Courtney and TJ and what's her name with the lips? Lucky. It's definitely not classy. It's definitely not classy. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you should be on some, you know, sipping tea with your pinky out and you sitting there with a crown and a tiara and, you know, and you got 19 different forks. I'm not talking about like that type of classy. But what I'm talking about is there is a certain way that we would prefer to see our mother figures behave. And that's not it. You know, 2 out of the 3 of them are old. Well, one of them is old enough, is the mother of an adult. And Courtney, though I don't think she is the mother of an adult, but she's definitely old enough, like I am, to be the mother of an adult. And which means that they're old enough to be grandmothers. So I would much rather it just don't hit right at a certain point. Like it's really not just like it don't hit right when Cardi B does it. I'm beyond. I just would rather not hear the whole talking about the pussy and I use my pussy for the. I don't. Well, come on now. And I'm being tactful here. I just, you know, it don't hit right. It don't hit right to me. But thanks for the super chat, Uncle Stu. Appreciate you. Thanks a lot. And now abundance mindset versus actual abundance. Then I really got to go because I didn't even eat my cereal and I got soggy, so I gotta get a whole new bowl. But says what's better, an abundance mindset or actual abundance? Absolutely, absolutely. Now
I think the abundance mindset can actually create actual abundance. You know, that's the way I look at it. Have the mindset, and then you can kind of create the abundance.
Well, it's a chicken and egg thing. There is a reason that when it rains, it pours. And by that, I mean like a person who finds himself in a relationship finds himself with a lot more relationship opportunities. I think that women, to a small extent, can sense when a guy is, as you say, have an abundance mindset, and that's because he has an abundance. So it's cause and effect. It's difficult to determine which one is which. Now, there's 2 ways that I know of. Perhaps there's more, but that a man can go from, or that a man can get an abundance mindset. One is, as Pablo stated, to have an abundance, and even if you gather that abundance from somewhere else, and I know this personally, as a man who has traveled himself, there is a good feeling of knowing that you can sleep with a 9+ at any given time. Now, and let me explain to you what I mean by that. When I'm in the Dominican, right? Or I'm in Brazil, or I'm in the Philippines or something like that. I'm not really into working girls like that, and that is because, and not that I have anything against guys who are. The only reason why I'm not into it is because I like to kiss on the lips and crap like that. You know, like I like to kiss on the lips, and I don't like raw sex, but I do like raw oral. I like to be raw orally. I don't waste my time with it otherwise. So,
Okay. I ain't judging.
yeah. No, by that I mean I like to receive my oral without a condom. That's what I mean. I don't go down on women. Right. I'm like that. But anyway, um, my point is that just knowing, just walking around knowing that if I have $40 in my pocket, and I do, I can have a dime at any time, does change my interaction with the non-prostitute women in that population. And that is a mindset that you could bring back to the States, especially if you have a drought. That is a mindset. So you can get that mindset from that abundance. Hold on. How is it nasty? Hold on. Press 1 in the chat room if you that dude that put a magnum on to get head.
You know what? I did that once, never again. It didn't feel right. I said never again. Mm-mm.
Exactly. Listen, I give a small oral examination for herpes, and then I am in it. And yes, I caught everything else, and I don't care. I am not putting a magnum on for head.
Yeah, put it on after the fact when it's time to actually go inside of her.
Exactly.
I can tell you from experience, because like I said, I tried that once when I was like 10, 15 years younger. It felt funny as hell. Never again. So I learned my lesson.
I don't even want to think about that.
Oral, protected, going inside of her.
Yeah. I had a chick pull out one with a picture of an ice cream cone on it. Apparently it was flavored. Bitch! What the hell is that?
They still make those?
This was a long time ago. So you know what I'm talking about though, right? They might not make it anymore.
Oh, okay. I remember those. I never tried one, but I seen them on display.
I am not messing with. She pulled it. I was like, "What the hell is this? You think I'm gonna get ice cream syrup on my dick?" Look, that was just no. These are the reasons that I'm not really in the working girls like that. But just walking around knowing that I can, and knowing that she know that I can, knowing that I am reverse Beyonce, I can have another you in a minute, changes the dynamic, and that is what you're describing as abundance mindset. So you get it that way. And then you get it in, huh?
I said correct.
Yeah. And then the other way is through mental discipline, mental discipline and, just whatever a person does to put themselves in a mindset of abundance, even if there's a scarcity. And people do that. People do that with a number of things, people who could use a few extra dollars in the bank do put themselves in a financially abundant mindset, and that gives them confidence at interviews and things like that. So yeah, I get that too. Whatever works for you. But yeah. So final thoughts, brother.
Oh no. Well, actually, I don't have no final thoughts. For once, I don't have no final thoughts. But it was good chatting with you again.
Oh yeah, always, brother. Always a pleasure. And thanks to everybody that came up. Greatly appreciate it. And once again, thanks the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.
Take care.